Day 2 of the TDCA Workforce XS A-grade grand final, and what a game we've got so far. The clouds opened up yesterday, delayed start. Glengarry wins the toss, sends ex-students in, and 7 for 101. You would have taken that at the start of the day. Ex-students to come back today to try to get to that biggest score, the biggest score they can. And of course, Glengarry wants to get 3 very quick wickets. The sun shines out today. The crowd will build up. The Workforce XS TDCA Grand Final evenly matched right now. Nick Scammell.
Absolutely. Fantastic effort by Glengarry, but you still, in no way do you think ex-students are out of this game. I think last night, the Rick Batista innings where he took it to the bowlers, where they could have just easily, shut up shop. I think that set the tone for today. And Batista, we know he loves making runs with his back to the wall. And if he squeezes out a 50 here, ex-students, I think they're still in the box seat.
Yeah, no doubt. Talking to both captains just before the start of play, which is scheduled for about 15 minutes' time, Nat Freitag, the superstar captain of Glengarry, pretty happy with 7 for 101 and talked about the last 5-6 overs where Batista got that 20. What a valuable sort of 20 runs he got at the end of the day, really giving ex-students a bit more of a sniff. And of course, Lee Stockdale thinking that 140, 150, if they can claw their way up there, they're in the box seat. He's licking his lips. He thinks this pitch is going to spin as the day goes on. And with 3 of the best spinners the TDCA has, 3 GCL premiership winning spinners, he would be thinking that they're a big show. Not very often you turn up on day 2 and the game is 50-50, but you feel at the moment it is pretty much 50-50. The first 5-6 overs will be what makes the difference. But let's talk about some of the amazing performances of day 1. One of the big surprises of the day, Lee Stockdale sent in Matt Robinson Bumble into the number 3 position. The big long levers, the bat walking down the long sleeves. We thought it was the superstar and Geordie Gilmore, but all of a sudden when he takes strike, we then realised that the old double switches occurred, and it's Robinson that comes out at number 3 and batted for a long, long time in a really tough conditions and just showed the maturity of the young man. And in last year's grand final, he got a good 40 or 38, I think it was, a 20-odd yesterday in really tough conditions. I thought he was ex-students' best player. That being said, I don't think anyone should undersell as we've already mentioned, Rick Batista's last 5-6 overs. He looked scratchy. Allegedly, he was bowled and the bails didn't come off. He chips balls into areas and just misses fields and all those types of things. But at the end of the day, he now gets to come on day 2. They were the two good players for ex-students, and of course the big game player for Glengarry. What a spell by the captain! 4 wickets up the top by Nat Freitag, and just that little bit of extra pace from the left-hander, really made a difference. Got the big wickets, and got Stockdale out, got Gilmore out, and that was really what it was all about.
Well, what Nat's done is he's stopped everyone saying what might have been with that drop catch, and I don't think he'll shy away from it. It was a regulation slips catch. No slips catch is easy, but it was as regulation as you can get. And yeah, he came back with absolute fire and made sure that it didn't cost his team too much by dismissing some really good batsmen in the process. So really stood up by the captain, but they've all bowled really well as well. So we shouldn't just talk about Nat.
Yeah, no doubt. Cam Graham as well. Al Jenkins just bowling some really good little off spinners. Got the big wicket in Robertson out. Really at a time where it looked like ex-students were going to go on with it. He dragged one down a little bit short, but it did spin. And, made it a little bit harder for Bumble to sort of play that lap, or that little standing sweep shot that he plays. And ends up getting caught at 45 from a good catch by big Max Merton, who looked slow to start with. But the last couple of steps he got there and took a really good catch. Catching was something we can talk about. The first wicket of the day, James Pride, Jimmy Pride, just leading edge. Actually, it wasn't a leading edge at all. It was a full-blown drive and just didn't quite get it. But it was a sensational catch by Frank Marks, who put a little bit of GST on it at the end with a tumble and a roll around. But what a good catch to get the start up. And Max Merton's catch was really good as well. But the wicket-keeping of blender, Ben Marks, one of the league's best, one of the TDCA's, not just the TDCA's best wicket keepers, but one of Gippsland's best wicketkeepers for a long time, taking 2 good catches. And of course, when there's a snick that goes through at Glengarry, he often takes it and he turns the little 50-50s into a catch, and he knows, puts pressure on the umpires to make decisions as well. And again, yes, they did a really good job. Interesting to see who Glengarry opens with. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the 2 left-handers, Cam Graham and Nat Freitag, up front early, just see if they can go bang-bang. But maybe a little bit dewy. Maybe it might be the opening bowler in Frank Marks. You've played a lot of cricket, Nick. You've watched more cricket than anyone at the age of under 40. Real cricket nuffy. What do you think they're going to be doing today?
I think I'll go back to Frank. I think he bowled incredibly well yesterday. 1 for 8 from 6 with the new ball. I think he just allows Nat to have that little bit of a spell as well. Cam Graham warming up today looked a little bit sore, so they might be a little bit worried about him. But Frank, I think he'll partner up with Cam, and then Nat, if nothing's going on, Nat and Busk will come on and continue on like they did yesterday.
It's an interesting one. 54 overs were bowled yesterday, meaning 46 overs to be bowled today. Well, ex-students can bat another 46 overs. Glengarry to win has to take 10 wickets. That's my opinion. Another 3 to get. And then, of course, they'll then have to try and chase those runs down. Ex-students finishing on top in a rain-affected match. Probably too much cricket in it for that to come into play, really. I think at 7 down, 3 wickets need to be taken. 100 overs in the TDCA. We're still one of the only leagues that play 100 overs. Every year it gets spoken about whether we should or we shouldn't. And I guess when you look at days like today when it is rain, the 100 overs on day 2 is very, very valuable. If it was just that 80 over match, it probably makes it more likely for a draw. So one for the purists, one for the cricket nuffies. The 100 overs probably been a really good thing for the TDCA over the last couple of years with wet weather.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when Steve Kay's president, there's no way that's going to get changed. He's very passionate about the 100 overs. But, a change might come. We need clubs to put it up if they want to do that. But, for today's sake, it's meant that there's going to be a hell of a lot of cricket played. And I think yesterday you would have taken 40 overs at the start of the day. If we had said 40, you'll get a result. So to get 54 up and about when we lost 10 overs later on in the day, amazing effort. And credit goes out to Rovers again. Kev Foley's been here. I think he must have had a few sickies off work this week, just being here the whole time. Butch Curtis, we know how much work he does. He's an oracle when it comes to turf preparation, and the whole Rovers Cricket Club have just been amazing and been able to get this wicket up. It's bone dry, and we probably wouldn't have played at all yesterday at any other ground. So amazing effort.
Absolutely. 80 overs, the new ball can be taken for the final 20. Talking about, not wanting to bowl your bowlers into the ground or anything before that new ball, it's my opinion here that the new ball just doesn't even come into it. Glengarry need to come out and go bang, 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 put all their eggs in the one basket and get 3 wickets as quick as they can. I think if it gets through to that 80 overs, ex-students are going to start to get a score that's going to be difficult to chase down. So we are 16 overs away from that. Is that right? 26 overs away from that. I think the 3 wickets would need to be taken before the new ball even is considered for Glengarry to give themselves as much chance as they can. Love to see how Rick Batista coming in, starting the day on 24, and Mitchie Harris starting the day with yet to score. This is a big, big partnership. Batista, the last of the genuine recognised batsmen, but Mitch Harris can hit a long ball, and I hope he plays with a little bit of freedom. I think he plays best when he is playing the big shots and so forth, and if he can get a 20 here in quick sticks, all of a sudden that's 130, 140 with Warne and Matthews to come. Warne probably more of a traditional batsman, will hit more balls along the ground and so forth. And then Matthews can get a really quick 10, 15, 20 runs by hitting balls to areas that not normal batsmen would. All of a sudden, that 150 could be 160. So I think Harris is my day 2 X factor. Not only with the bat, it's a big first 30 minutes from him with the bat, but also with the ball. If he can come out and bowl some bumpers to those Glengarry batsmen and get 1 or 2 early wickets, that's the reason why he's my TDCA Day 2, ex-students, X-Factor. And for Glengarry, I'm sticking with Sam Marks. I'm sticking with Sam Marks as my X-Factor for Day 2. The reason for that, an opening left-hand batsman. You've got Freitag, you've got Jenkin, you've got these guys, and Frank Marks as well, Ben Marks, who are all very quick scorers, but they need someone at the other end who's been around the game a long time to bat with them. And if Sam Marks can come out and get 20 off 50 balls or 25 off 60 balls, something like that, that sets Glengarry up, really to win, and the scorers will bat around him. So Sam Marks is my Day 2 Glengarry X-Factor. Your X-Factors for Day 2, Nick?
I'm going to stick with Harris because you've pinched him off me. I'm going to go for the full 2 days with Harris. I think there's still a lot of cricket to be played, and he's going to be the guy to ruffle a few feathers with both bat and ball. I think you're 100% correct. I still like the busker as well. I'm going to stick with the busker, but I think we were a little bit unkind to Dunny yesterday as well, and I reckon he might just have a little part to play in it as well. So, which would be great to see. Maybe hit the winning runs or something to those to that degree.
Well, what we know about Dunny will come in around about 8 or 9, I would have thought, and those 8 or 9s in grand finals can often be the big match winners, needing 10 runs when there's been a couple of quick wickets. Everyone thinks the recognised batsmen are out. If you have a really good 8 or 9 who can come in and just still be bat with confidence, that's why he's in the team. Let's be brutally honest. He's in the team to bat there and get the job done. So, yeah, no doubt I think there'll be a part for him to play. Unkind yesterday was just with the drop catch. Is that what you're talking about, Nick?
Maybe a little bit. I think it didn't end up costing too much. I think it was part of those games, and that's just what happens. And certainly has a part to play today. Just quickly, ex-students will be batting first in the C grade grand final, set to start in just 7 minutes time at Old Trafford. Wow. And obviously ex-students will resume at 7 for 97 in the B grade grand final with a little bit of it seemed it was the same thing that happened in A grade, which happened in B grade late yesterday. A little partnership at the end of 30 or 40, got a respectable score overnight for ex-students in the B. So it's game on everywhere today. So if you are in Traralgon wanting to watch some cricket, if your footy team got pumped last night by the D's, I want to hear from you as well, St Kilda supporters. But it's not so bad because we still got cricket on. So yeah, please get in touch and please come down to the game and watch.
We talked about it yesterday. It's fantastic to see our 4th year in the TDCA live streaming, and all other leagues in Gippsland now basically doing it. Sale Mafra, you talked about all 4 grades being done, of course, without any commentary. They couldn't afford to fly us in this year after live streaming all the other games, Nick, of course. Neil Purdy will be there watching. Neil, maybe you could sponsor and do something there after all those years of umpiring. Put back, please. Just a little shout out to my good mate Neil Purdy down in Sale Mafra, a very keen cricket fan, Neil Purdy. And of course, the Latrobe Valley Cricket League doing it as well. So, but one of the things I love about this is the banter that you get. People reckon it's a waste of time, a waste of money, or it's not worth promoting. But as someone who's commentated the last 4 years with you, Nick, there's no doubt it is watched because the messages we get on the Saturday nights or on the Sundays or the Mad Mondays is relentless, and the feedback is always really positive.
Yeah, always positive. I think what it does is it allows the other games to connect as well. And even yesterday, you're looking around the grounds and people they're listening to their phone and watching the game while sitting over in their car and having that little bit of running commentary. And even though we're dribbling on and talking about God knows what at any one point, it's still all game relevant and people have been enjoying that. It also allows the guys over at B grade and C grade to enjoy the A grade. The ex-students guys, I couldn't think of their names for a second. Ex-students are sitting there in their social rooms yesterday with the B grade live stream. With B grade being played out on the oval and A grade being live streamed direct to their TV. Now, I think it caused a few issues with the races not being on, but at the same time, they were able to watch 2 games at one, and that's just an amazing thing to be able to do for a club. Yeah,
absolutely. As the players enter the Coliseum of Duncan Cameron, umpires are starting to set in the positions. It's Mitch Harris and Rick Batista to come out there. two very different looking batsmen, one with the purple helmet and he's 4'3", small little shoulders, and the other big, look at the shoulders on Big Mitch Harris. He's a big man, and that's what I mean. He's our X Factor. I did definitely steal him off you, Nick. I don't apologise for it. I've just got this gut feel that the big fella that uses the 4-pound bat is going to be very dangerous early today. Ben Mark's always very theatrical around the stumps, even when he's stretching and getting ready to play. One of the things I was most surprised about yesterday. I thought it was a very quiet Glengarry in the field, and I pay that as a compliment. I thought they looked really steely, committed, focused, and they had the right levels of energy and enthusiasm for the day's play, and I thought that was a really good sign, hence why maybe ex-students are 7 for 100.
Yeah, that was really noticeable. I think everyone's used to a little bit of chirp and a little bit of up and about from Glenn, but I think that might come back to Nat Freitag's, what he's brought to the club. He is a very, very relaxed, and he goes about it differently to what other good cricketers have done over in the past. And to be able to bring that level of, I think calmness to a Glengarry team who are play on the edge a lot, has been amazing. And straight away, he's opened up. So you've picked that one, Luke, already.
Yeah, it's really important to ask the people what they're going to do first and make out you're an expert. But here he comes, the casual man in Freitag. Nice carry straight through to the keeper, and Mitchy Harris doesn't want to do anything with that one. I just love the way he just waltzes in. He's all shoulders, the long hair flowing. Dylan yesterday, whose brother came and joined us, he was very excited about Nat's performance, as we talked about. At one stage, you had to hold him back. There's a little bit of a 12th man repertoire, Billy Birmingham from you in the commentary box, Nick. That was very clever. But he was definitely very keen on how good Nat goes. And the man that uses the 4-pound bat just right in behind that blocks it out. When the ball hits that bat, it pings off straight out to cover. Allegedly, the reason why he wears the sweatband on the left hand is actually it helps him lock that 4-pound bat into. It's actually it's a lifting apparatus.
I was going to say, it's actually not a sweatband. He had to get a tea towel for the size of his forearms.
Oh, and just late on that one, that's that little bit of extra pace that Freitag has. One of the things, after doing it for 4 years, you always learn new things about doing this as very amateurish as we are, Nick. But we're actually, we get to watch the game live, we get to call it, and then you can watch it on your phone, and you're one ball behind. So some of the amazing things that happened, there was people around the crowd quickly going back to YouTube to check the replays, and I think that's just an amazing thing. Oh, just balloons up, no mid-wicket. Harris wants to get off. Oh, and it's hit him. And it's hit him. That's hit him. That's dangerous. And Glengarry, everybody in. Nothing untoward happened there. Just part of cricket. Batsman takes off. Wants to get it into the keeper. Hits him in the head. Hit him flush. And the big fella threw the helmet down pretty quick. That hurt him.
Drama early. Yeah. We obviously we don't want to see anyone get hit in the head. We talk up it a little bit, and we've seen some fiery spells from Keenan and Vossi and that over the last few years. But we obviously don't want anyone to get hurt, and Glengarry very apologetic, and I don't think there was any malice or anything like that for sure. So it's always good to see a bit of there's certainly a bit of chirp and a bit of banter out there. But then when something serious does happen, everyone just kind of quickly goes, "Oh, you know what? Look, sorry," and it's all good again.
And if I can pick my batsman, he's swinging at this one. There's not a surer thing. He's not he's a bit more talented than maybe I thought he was. Normally the big fellas, when they get hit, they just step aside and just try and whack it to cow, but he got right in behind that and punched it out to mid-off. So it's confirmed that it is a tea towel that he's wrapped around his that big forearm of his, Nick.
I think his mum put some elastic in a beach towel actually, and just wrapped it around.
And you can just see there that extra pace from Freitag, just a batsman playing late, and it was a really sign yesterday, wasn't it, of Freitag's wickets, just that little bit of extra pace, just making batsmen be rushed. And it's great to see when you get that type. And it reminded me a lot of Keenan Hughes a few years ago. A lot of people trying to drive and the ball going nowhere, which suggests that they're playing late. And see, one of the good things about being a commentator, Nick, is get here early and do your research, and it is Freitag and Cam Graham that will open up. I actually got the ends back to front. I would have thought it would have been the other way around, but I was talking to Nat before the game. He was talking about this end was actually difficult for the bowlers yesterday afternoon to bowl on. They found it a little bit hard. No sawdust. They found it slippery. And he wished that he actually had a second spinner. He reckons there was a period of time he would have liked to have a second spinner.
Well, Sam Marks took 4 for earlier on in the year. Maybe even just in that later period, you could have chucked him 1 or 2. Does bowl... Yeah, he used to bowl really good leggies. He's gone away from the bowling a bit now, but he's taken 4 for earlier in the year. You could have thrown up a little trump card to the students, boys, and seen what would have happened.
From all reports from his teammates, he didn't spin too many that day. And Cam Graham just hits that nice little spot that he just hits. You can tell yesterday they really went in with some clear bowling plans. It was to bowl full and try and hit the toes of Geordie, really restrict him. I thought that was a clear plan. With Lee, a little bit shorter of a length, more of that type of ball just there, just short of a length, and just get him thinking about it, playing forward or back. So it was really good to see teams going in with bowling plans. I love Nat Freitag's little spell to Batista where he set him up and did everything but go short early. Batista's going to fight fire with fire. Didn't quite get it, but second ball he's faced for the day, and he just chips it out to mid-wicket for 2 off the back foot. Definitely a very Rick Batista shot there. Anything short, likes to rock back and try and punch it out to that leg side. And yesterday we had people all around Australia watching. We found out WA. We had people sitting in pubs watching it. Surely there's no broadcasting issues there, putting it up on the pub around town. I wouldn't have thought. But it's just great to see people tuning in to the TDCA Workforce Excess A-grade Grand Final right around Australia.
I think we might have to call for some sponsorship from the Glen Pub. If it's gotten Doc Wheeldon and Sean Perks sitting in there from 11 o'clock till stumps, then they're going to have turned over some coin yesterday, I feel. So they wouldn't have a bottle of Jaeger left, but it would have been a good day at the Glen Pub.
Big shout, given not out. Whilst it was a loud shout, it was a little half shout too, I thought. They waited for the keeper to go up, then everyone else joined in. Definitely, by the looks of things, didn't do much, but great ball by Graham. Seems to be on. That's the length to Batista. You don't want to drop short at all to him, especially with this field with a traditional square leg. It's probably a short mid-on, not a deep mid-on, and then a fine leg. You just can't be short at all. Be interesting to see if they use the tactic that some clubs use against Batista, get rid of cover and put 2 out and bowl short to him, and see if he wants to still take you on with 2 out. I think he will just take you on because he's impulsive, which is great, backs his strengths. But sometimes one's strengths can also be one's weaknesses. So it'll be interesting to see if they do try that tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe until Cam gets into his spell. I think he's bowling against the breeze that he'd like to as well. So I don't know if he'll be able to do it, but Nat maybe at the other end, that might be the plan.
Beautiful shot out there. Whips it off his toes. Will come back for 2. And Batista's just taken off what he did yesterday, just making sure that anything that he likes he's going to score off and try and get that score up as high as they can with limitations to risk-taking, I think, is the key, isn't it? Score aggressively, but don't take those unnecessary risks in such a game. Make them get you out.
Yeah, for sure. Probably work over the other end at the moment. I think Rick's just going to do what he does, and he'll score. If he goes out, he goes out, but, already 4 off the first over that he's faced, and whereas Mitch is looking a little bit more conservative at the moment. So it might just be work over the other end and just try and limit Rick as much as you can. And
Rick's doing really well, staying at the end he wants to be at. With the bloke taking 4 wickets yesterday, you definitely don't want to be facing too many balls, so try and find as many ones as you can. Oh! Just goes up and over the long levers of Jenkin. If anyone's going to stick out a mitt and catch it, it was Jenkin. Just missing. And Harris survives a little bit of bumpers and gets 3, gets off strike. first bit of luck going ex-students' way. That was one of those ones where you can't be too deep as a slip, and then when it goes over your head, you wish you were a little bit deeper. Just got enough of the bat to get it over the top. Definitely didn't look comfortable though, did he? The big 4-pound bat has thick edges and it's just gone over the top. This is a big moment of the day. Fry tag to Batista. Really find a yard of pace. Oh, there it was! That's the one we're talking about. That little bit of extra pace. A sensational catch at square leg. Diving to his right. And again, that extra little bit of pace just makes the ball go that bit further. First blow, Glengarry. First bit of luck, ex-students. First blow, Glengarry. Wow. 8 for 108.
When you say extra little bit of pace, I couldn't help but notice it was probably just a little bit early on it, and it probably wasn't the right shot to play to that ball, but still, he usually just clips those around the legs pretty comfortably. But I think it was just a little bit of outswing with the breeze, and he's just chipped it really to a good catch at square legs. So yeah, well done, Maxi Merton, best fielder for the game so far.
2 good catches. One yesterday that he was late on. Not late on that one at all. Saw it early, made up that metre, goes down to his right and takes a great catch. Big catch by Max Merton. Fry tag with 5 for in a grand final. People talked about his batting being a big pickup. Could he win a grand final for his side with the ball?
There's somewhere right now Dylan Freitag is just jumping in the car and speeding down to this ground.
Did I just hear hang on, there's a horn hooting.
There is no doubt we're going to have to get some bouncers to get him out of this commentary box.
And I tell you right now, as a man who faced Nat last week, and normally wears a floppy when he's bat, I wore a lid, and thank God I did. The big dog, Michael Warren's come out with the purple baggie. It's going upstairs for sure. Here's the little setup, outside off. You feel it's coming. The only thing about going upstairs with a bloke in a hat is I think Nat's too good a bloke. He doesn't want to hurt anyone.
He had no issues with bouncing his brother last week, though. That was all right. Maybe Dill should wear a floppy next time.
Mum and Dad felt very conflicted, didn't they? Nat was bowling well, and they didn't want their other son to be hurt. Oh. Just short of a length, just over top of off stump. It's definitely on early. All of a sudden, that little bit of chirp just gets that little bit louder. Batista, big wicket. We talked about him, his innings last night, even the way he started scoring, scoreboard ticking over. Ex-students got to keep making sure that scoreboard ticks over. That's a massive wicket for the day's play.
As someone who's batted low for a majority of his life, it can get quite confusing now. Ooh.
Oh, his down leg side, flicked it down.
That's 6.
6 wickets. Great catch by Marks. We talked about his keeping skills. Any catch that goes down leg is tough. A tiny little feather. The umpire kept his feet still, so which umpire is that? Of course, it's Peter the Perfect Painter, Baker, and a nice little catch by Ben Marks down the leg side. Nat Freitag, 6 wickets early. And big shout out to my son Mace, who's must be using his grandfather's YouTube account because I'm getting caught a scaredy cat from Ballarat. So Mace, when you're typing things on YouTube, just keep the home jokes to yourself, young man, and clean your room. Big wicket, 2 in the over. Matthews comes out now. Matthews will fight fire with fire, I believe. He'll want to score here, and I think maybe that might be better off surviving. Doesn't look like it's likely at the moment.
I think he needs to get Harris on. This is where the X factor comes into it, and yeah, just block out the over, see him out, let Harris have a crack at the pig down the other end, and then who knows, maybe another 20 or 30. You can still get up to that 140 mark with these 2 guys in. It's not all doom and gloom for the students yet.
Definitely not. 2 batsmen that know how to score, like to play shots. Suggest they should. Big over by Nat Freitag. 2 wickets, 6 for the match. 9 for 108, sorry. And can Cam Graham, try and say that quickly, can Cam Graham get the wicket very early? It's put us all by surprise. Can't believe what we've just seen here. 2 wickets in the over.
Yeah, mate, this is what we want now, though. Last wicket, throw caution to the wind. We're just going to go for it. And first time Harris has seen Cam, so yeah, big powerful drives, I think, here, Luke. One for the commentary box.
Absolutely, and as we just look around the back of the commentary truck, we have 2 TDCA icons for very different reasons. One, the Hall of Famer in Chris Lena, the best wicketkeeper that I've ever played with, even in his vintage years, still getting across and taking catches like none other. And one of my favourite cricketers, he's half related to me, well, future related to me. Not all that good at cricket, but he's a ripper bloke in Jim Jacobson, the doctor, the good chiropractor. He's just slipped me a 50, so if anyone's got a crook back, a stiff neck, make sure you get across and see Dr. James Jacobson. He'll look after you. All the discounted rates are now finished. You're paying full price, so make sure your premiums are paid up in private medical, and James Jacobson will look after you. One of the best doctors, chiropractors going around. I actually saw a bloke from our cricket club, Rossi, on Friday night who goes and sees the doctor, and great ball by Graham goes across him. I actually saw him jump on top of the bar from a standing start. He's 65 years old and jumped on the standing bar. Couldn't walk 3 weeks ago. That's how good he is as a chiropractor. Cam Graham, great first ball. I'm trying to talk my way out of this here in case there's any issues with talking about doctors and so forth. But great ball by Graham. The man with the 4-pound bat on strike. First little bit of aggressive shots for the day. Goes out to point and couldn't get off the mark. I think it's time for fireworks. Yeah,
I don't think he's going to hang around for too much longer. I think that's a sign. He's just, hit one powerfully out into the point, and then this one might be the lofted drive. So the little lofted drive, maybe a little late drive, Luke. You never know.
Oh, if we're going to talk about late driving, you are the expert at that, Nick Scammell, especially when Robbie Voss is on strike. Tries to drop it down and get off strike and can't do it. 4 balls gone. Nothing off the over thus far. 9 for 108. 57 overs. So much cricket left. And can't believe that this is happening. Winning the toss, sending the team in a grand final, regardless of the weather, is always a risk that you take. And so far, that risk is being rewarded.
Yeah, 100%. But still a long way to go, Luke.
Keep people. Big shot through the covers. Chase out by mid-off. Wants 2. Matthews coming back. He's a very good runner. He's an experienced cricketer, and Andy Matthews. And make sure that they'll maximise every run they can.
I think Harris just wanted to have the strike next over, but Panda's gone, nah, get off strike this one, mate. This is your turn. So we'll look for a single here, I think, Luke.
Matthews wants 1. Harris wants a dot. Ball comes in. Whack! We talked about it.
He chunked it for 3.
The 4-pound bat swung hard, going out towards the boundary. Doesn't quite get there. Oh, Matthews didn't want 3. But he comes back, and Harris takes the game and gets the opportunity. And just right now, want to welcome Hall of Fame TDCA wicketkeeper and all-round nice guy in Chrissy Lena. Welcome to today, Chris, and James Jacobson as well.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. It's a pleasure to be down here watching the grand final. Pity we're not involved in it, but yeah, it's great to watch 2 TDCA powerhouses go at it.
And it's great to have you in here, ex-captain of the TDCA, played in TDCA premierships, and I think he's a 6-time black cap, so one of the very best Gippsland wicketkeepers that you'd ever... The only thing you've ever done wrong is you didn't marry one of my daughters, and my old man Whippet's very upset that he doesn't have a wicketkeeper in the family. But it's great to have you here, Chris, and... just as a player who played under you this year, that speech after the game about sticking fat, coming back next year and trying to do it all again was really moving, and you must be looking forward to it.
I don't recall that speech, Luke, at this stage, but I am looking forward to seeing how Gormadale perform next year, yes.
Oh, well, thanks, Chris. Gave the crowd nothing. And I know you're in Melbourne yesterday watching a fair bit of this YouTubing, but the keeping standards of Ben Marks really good yesterday.
Oh, look, Ben's got great soft hands, always keeps well. And I saw him take a catch down the leg side to get Warney, which was a beautiful catch this morning as well.
Yep. Beautiful shot there by the big 4-pound bat. Harris goes out there and gets another 2, and the scoring's starting to escalate. Score 1 wicket down, obviously as many runs as they can, but what are they realistically, 130? If they can get 130, would that be good from here?
Oh, yeah, they'd be looking at 130. They certainly wouldn't be happy with that, but it gives them an opportunity later on with the ball. If they can get through Glengarry's top order, you never know what can happen.
And lets that one go through. And mad Sydney Swans supporter, you'd be happy with your Swans at the moment, Chris, early on?
Very happy. The young Swans doing their thing. We'll see if they can maintain that momentum and take it deeper into the season. Speaking of football, Luke, Melbourne also. Cock a hoop about that?
Very hard to sit under this small desk at the moment, Chris, with the Demons. Cozzy Pickett, Max Gawn, Clayton Oliver. Booked the tickets late September. Oh, the 4-pound bat wanted to swing, but he held it up and lets the ball go through the keeper. No, they look very well, and like all Melbourne supporters, we don't keep the lid on anything. One win and the lid's off, and we hope we go about. And just while you're here, Chris, we've also got James Jacobson here, one of Morwell's finest footballers, and great to have you here, Jim, watching obviously a lot of mates play for both these sides.
Yeah, it's great to be here, Hen. Some good cricket all around, some good cricketers all around. In for a good second day, I think.
Nice little slap out to the covers. Half of Misfield gets one, and Matthews takes strike. So I've played a lot against both these sides. Before the game started, what was your thoughts? And now that one day's been played, have those thoughts changed?
Thoughts are still indecisive, mate. Some 2 quality teams going at it. A big decision for Nat to send the students in to bat first, but like you mentioned earlier, it's probably paid off for them and holding them in good stead. We do know that students can, look after a probably not up to standard score for them. So it will probably take a bit of work for the Glengarry batsmen, but they're in a great spot at the moment.
No doubt about that. And after every wicket and before the games play throughout this whole season, you've always had a little bit to say for the boys about how we should go about things. How should ex-students go about trying to win this game from here?
Probably not the best person, mate, and that is a very big lie.
And footy yesterday, a practice match, was it, James? Morwell got rid of all the merger talks and everything like that throughout the off-season, decided to stick fat as the Morwell Tigers, and I know how hard you were doing it, and you were really nervous. You were telling me back at Christmas time that you just didn't know how the club was going to keep going, but really good that Morwell stuck fat, stayed and remained the Morwell Tigers, and the round one's not too far away.
Yeah, just to stay in the Gippsland League for another year, mate, is pretty good. The merger of going into the North Gippy League was on the card, so happy to be in the Gippsland League for another year.
Fantastic. When you've got a Traralgon guy versus a Morwell guy, it's always nice to have a couple of flybys, especially when one's played for both clubs. Oh, a little slower ball by the looks of that, and he wound up, and when it was wide outside, it just couldn't get that 4-pound bat down and through it. You used probably the lightest bat in the league, James, just... the shoulders haven't quite developed yet and got strength yet, so a little 2-pounder, but a 4-pound bat. Wow.
Yeah, probably something that I wouldn't be able to throw around too often with these little stick arms, mate. But big fella's got onto a couple today and just chipping away and getting some extra needed runs, which is always had a slash at one there, and that's probably shot of the day.
No doubt about it. Glorious shot. Whacks it through point, and it smashes into the big sausage over there, and for 4 runs. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, I think this last wicket's probably important for Glenn to probably not the old cliche, mate. Don't try and take a wicket bowl every bowl, and Cam's probably attacked the stumps probably every bowl this over. So just probably focus on bowling your liners and lengths and let the wicket come to Glenn.
You heard it here first, boys. That's why he's an inspiration around the Gormandale Cricket Club. Future leader, no doubt about it. Create the plans, stick to the plans and execute them. James Jacobson, Dr. James Jacobson, and Chris, the good doctor, Lena. It's great to have them both pop in here, and no doubt they'll come around and see us back later, but we welcome you back, Nick.
I just want to make mention of James Jacobson. He's really taken the doctor moniker, I suppose, seriously. He's got a corduroy hat and Jesus sandals on today, so he's getting around like he's a rich doctor already.
Definitely will own a house in Brighton one day and go paddle boating, no doubt about it. Whacks it out to mid-wicket. Mitch Harris, the 4-pound bat, swings through and gets another 2. Scoring just starting to tick along now, which is great. Getting some live feedback from my son Mace here that fixed the scoreboard. It's all right, mate. It's coming, buddy. Mace sitting at home watching it. Really upset. A few little tears this morning, Nick, where he couldn't come down and participate in cricket. He loves his cricket, and no doubt he's at home shadow batting and bowling his teddy bear balls into the bed and into the walls and annoying his mum and his sister. Loves his cricket, mad about it. Graham to continue. Nice push out there by Harris.
Harris is looking really good, to be fair. I don't think he's made too many runs throughout the season, but he's probably always he's threatened. And the thing about batting in ex-students' lineup is you don't often get much of an opportunity. So usually when he's coming out to bat, he's looking to score quickly, and that might hold him in good stead for today's innings. Although there's a lot of time, there's probably not a whole lot of time for ex-students to bat, really. So you'd rather be there for a good time rather than a long time, I think, today.
No doubt about it. Keep that scoreboard ticking over is the key. They haven't played a risky shot, and Matthew's looking quite comfortable just bunting it back down to cover. No run.
In the C-grade game... So I've just been thrown there. In the C-grade game, ex-students currently none for 18, I should say, with Prigg and McGregor opening the batting, both looking comfortable at the moment. And who have we got opening for? Luke Hegarty opening the bowling for Imperials, with Johnny Downs and McNulty's just started the bowling. So cricket going on down at the Rec at the moment. Yarram will be piling in soon to watch their team play in the B grade. There's a couple of ex-students guys up here, ground staff and all that type of thing at the moment. But yeah, it's slowly building here, and it'll be building up massively at the Rec as well.
And getting messages coming through thick and fast from all the people watching it on the live stream. Gav Fernanda loves his TDCA, doesn't he? Absolutely loves his TDCA and making comment about what's going on so far. As too is Dill Freitag, obviously tuning in, so that's fantastic as well. Oh, a little bit of a stinger and just no run.
I think Andy Matthews, I think you'll like that. They just seemed to do a little bit off the deck there. Meant to be a little bit of a cutter away from him, just didn't quite pitch it right. But Andy Matthews is the type of guy who can extract that type of movement out of a deck, particularly with a new ball as well. So he'll quite enjoy that type of thing.
Loves the thick seams, Andy Matthews. Loves to bang him in. And the more that Nat does it, the more that Andy will start licking his lips as well. No doubt the ex-students boys would be starting to think about when it's their turn to bowl. Lee, always a deep thinker about the game of cricket. 130 on the board, let's say. How do they go about it? Attack, attack, attack?
I think so. I think you'll see if Lee opens a bowling, it'll just be all-out attack. I think that's what'll happen. But he's just chipped it a little bit. He's trying to get off. Maybe one there, but at this stage in the over, you don't need to take that, do you?
Short little mid-wicket might be on the ply, going short of a length into his hips. Does like to sort of jump across a little bit, so maybe a short mid-wicket might come into play. Looks like gone straight to spin. Get Al warmed up for when it's his turn to bat, maybe. Interesting.
This could be exciting, this. I think we'll see where they put their field, but Harris is going to look to go straight down here, so we're going to have to jump up and grab one out of the cameras, out of the camera lens, I think. I reckon, yeah. Oh, 3 deep on the leg side.
Yeah. 3 out. There's no doubt they're going to be tossed up here, and going to let the big 4-pound bat swing harder. By the looks of it, 3 out.
I think you go over the offside and you've got runs, so...
Oh, and has turned. That is spinning. Uh-oh.
Stocky and Jimmy might be opening the bowl, and I think this might be the last that Harris has to play today. So we better make them.
There's 2 spinners opening the bowling. We're hearing it now. That is just jagged a mile. Oh, yep.
He's played that really well.
Played it really well off the back foot. And not enough batsmen play spin off the back foot, I don't think. Everyone wants to lunge forward and so forth. And, spinners, as someone who... attempts to bowl spin, when people are playing off front and back foot, I always find it hard to find the right length. So nice by Harris to rock back and just punch that one for 1. But you've heard it here, the ball is spinning. Oh, that is really spinning. It's ragging. Oh, it's ragging. Watch out.
A lot of guys don't play off the back foot to spinners. You are correct, Luke. Are you just doing a little bit of a setup for when you bowl? Because I know you like to get a lot of wickets, cutting and that type of thing. Oh, good shot.
Well, if your natural ball's to drag down short, you've got to set fields for it and then try and bluff people that it's all part of the setup. But if you drag them down, might as well protect the cut and hope you get some wickets there. But one of the things I have noticed about TDCA, difference in playing other leagues and so just the pitch conditions are just different. So the really good spinners know how to bowl on all sorts of pitches, but the mere people that just try hard like myself, it does take a little bit of time to get used to different conditions and learning the right way to bowl about it. That is turning and bouncing, turn and bounce, and exciting for this one. All of a sudden, this 120, 130 is going to be a little bit more difficult.
100%, especially when you got Warren, Stockdale, and James Bright in the team. And of course, the new ball as well. We were talking about Andy Matthews. Will get a little bit of movement and that out of the wicket with the seam standing upright, and Harris can bang it in. So, yeah, it's it's going to be tough for Glengarry. They're going to want to get a wicket soon because 120 is going to look a fair distance away from them.
Yeah, and just a shout out to Brodie Anderson, West Bensdale's young up-and-coming superstar batsman. Unfortunately, the mighty West Bensdale Cricket Club couldn't get the job done against Wyong last weekend. I just wanted to know the match conditions for today. So the TDCA Grand Finals are 100 overs days. Normally there is a reserve day, but this year there is no reserve day due to the COVID late start and so forth. So there's 100 overs to be played today. Ex-students finishing on top, 62 overs they've been bowled. So ex-students can keep batting for a further 38 overs, but 9 down, I don't think that's going to happen. There will be a result here one way or the other. But yeah, no reserve day this year. 100 overs today, and there was 54 overs bowled yesterday. So we've lost best part of a quarter of the game. No rain inside here in Traralgon Day. Beautiful day to come and watch cricket. Not too hot. There's a fire going. It's like we talked about it yesterday. It's like an old-fashioned North Gippy or local footy match with VB tins and fire going around while you watch local sportsmen do their job. And just bangs it down the leg side. Matthews probably missed out on one.
Yeah, had a real Omeo Benambra feel about it yesterday, I think, with the fire pit. It's just added a little bit of uniqueness to the grand final. I always like to refer to Duncan Cameron as the TDCA's version of the Albert ground. I don't think the Albert would ever have a fire pit burning off in the corner under the palm trees, though, Luke.
Of course, one of the biggest things about, Jenkin coming on and the ball turning square, everybody's bouncing, but, it'd be fair to say that you've got to bowl into this pitch with a little bit more pace. So Jenkins fights him up a little bit more. He's got those long levers and probably just tries to bowl full. But I think Stockdale will give the ball more of a fizz. He'll be really dangerous. That left-hander going away from the right-hander, and that quicker fizz is going to be really coming to play.
I would have probably said Mr. March over Stocky would be more the danger, because of his height as well. And he bowls really aggressive. Stocky can bowl. We know he's a superstar, but Jim seems to be a little bit more aggressive in the way that he bowls, and that's why he takes big wickets in big games.
You can't take anything away from what Jim does, but what a tandem they are. Someone gets to lick the ice cream on any given day. When you've got one bloke who hits the spot, another bloke flights it a little bit more, and I think the difference probably between the two is that Stocky will fizz into the pitch and really extract it, whereas Pride will come up and over and use a little bit more drift rather than traditional spin. So he's probably a little bit more like a Jenkin. But, one of those two are the big game players, aren't they, really? But like any team, spinners are always better when there's one or two early wickets from the quick. So Harris and Matthews, these two are doing a great job at the moment, but they're going to be vital with the ball as well. Oh. I'm offing because I'm just seeing balls spinning and just love seeing balls turn. And, of course, when the head's down by Boozer, he's not considering it. So
the big shake, it's just accentuated by the wide brim that he's wearing today as well. So, just a little nod there to it.
Might be going live out there.
I think he's got it in his pocket. It's a good area.
We talked about the two umpires yesterday, the jobs that they do, but the mannerisms that they get when there's an LB shout. Boozer, very quick to shake his head. If he's not shaking his head or walking away, you're out. And Baker, if his right leg turns in, uh-oh. No, that's safe. As a bowler, but as a batsman, you're safe. When his legs are completely stayed still, the finger goes up, and we've seen that already today. Just flying there, a little bit of drift there by Jenkins. Good drift, and going away. Really floating him up there, though, isn't he? So therefore, he has to be full, because the moment he drops short when you're sort of floating him up there, that's where Harris could go in. Beautiful shot off the back foot. Gets one, will come back for two, playing behind backward point. Beautiful shot, and Harris moves along. That 130, 140 continues to get close.
This is it. This is where the wicket needs to come. Nat needs to be careful, though. He can't just bowl himself into the ground trying to get that last wicket himself. If nothing's happening over the next over or two, we need to make sure that he's going to be right to bat. We saw last week he bowled, a few overs, but he didn't bowl, massive spell. And, he had a few little complaints when he was batting about a calf and that type of thing. So, yeah.
Never seen a superstar cramp after making 20 like he did last week, so bowling definitely takes it out of him.
I think the difference this week is that Dill will give him a bit of a rub, though, over the course of the break.
Ooh. Oh, just short. Great fielding at second slip. Frank Marks shakes the finger. Might have just got him one of those awkward ones. Definitely bounced early.
But good signs. It means he's playing his shots. He's looking to score. And that's what we want. We want to see that 140 and have that real challenge come through. And you're right, Luke. They have brought a little catching position into the leg side for Andy, just the way he's been shaping up to that ball that's coming back into him. And Nat is going now around the wicket. So just a little bit of a ploy. Very good from Mr. Cricket himself.
Absolutely. Love it. Andy will just jump across, and Jenkin there at short mid-wicket will definitely come into play. Superstar Keenan Hughes, former man of the match. Toongabbie rock star. Oh, just leans on it, pops out. Is watching over from WA as well, so I'm led to believe, without it being confirmed, that he won a premiership this year in his own cricket over there, and he's watching the TDCA live stream today over in WA. So it's great to see former past superstars of the TDCA still keen and wanting to know what's going on, even when their former clubs aren't participating, showing that we're taking the game to the people, Nick.
And Keenan, obviously, we were talking about Mitch and talking about his armband. Keenan, a big fan of the armband himself, in a similar vein to Mitch Harris. Big strapping young man, big quick bowler who's a pretty nice guy off the field, but get that ball in his hand and he can really get into you. So it's good to see that he's listening in, and Toongabbie royalty after his performance this time 2 years ago.
Goes just short of a length. Looks like the pitch isn't quite quick enough, and Matthews just pads that down, hurries him up though.
And at the C grade, ex-students are now 1 for 25. Prigg is out for 11 runs off the bowling of Geordie Anderson. Ash Smith took the catch, which is just amazing in itself. But there's a little bit happening out here as well, so let's get back to it.
And that's that type of ball and shot that I was just talking about, where it just jumps to the right and pads it out to the leg side. Didn't go anywhere near anyone, but that's what they're trying to achieve here at the moment with this field set. And, blessing you.
I like the fact that Harris has got complete faith in his batsmen as well. Most clubs or most batsmen who would be out there with a number 11 would be, tentative to take that last run on the over. But Andy Matthews, we know that at any other club he's probably batting at 7 or 8. So there's a bit of faith there.
Oh, that one's just jagged back again. Well, if he wants to bat, come to Gormandale. We've got a good reputation of turning lower-end batsmen into opening batsmen, Nick, with you and your opening partner, both traditionally low batsmen, now opening for the Gormandale Career Club.
Yep. Well, when you want someone tough, you go for a medium-pace swing bowler. I feel this boy's batted low down his whole career. That's where the toughness comes out.
Lovely little ball there by Jenkins. Slowed it up again, flighted it down there. Really good drift, and tried to suck Matthews into the big shot. Matthews up for the challenge. A little bit quicker, jagging back again. Good evidence that quicker fizz is really what's required.
Yeah, never cut a spinner or pat a burning dog, Luke. and that's where you're going to get yourself into trouble.
One of the best cliches going around. I love it. Oh, lovely ball between bat and pad, and didn't quite jag back enough, but great keeping, great bowling. Matthews survives, and Freitag to go again. 6 for, hard to get the ball out of his hand. But the funny thing about this, he's done the job already, but his job's only half done. Glengarry need him to bat through, and if he can get 50, it's probably game over.
Yeah, 100%. He's even a 30, I think. Depending on what the score ends up, 130, 140. A 30 from him means that I still think that Al Jenkins and that will eke out a 20 or 30 as well. So it's going to be. Might be a day of Nat Freitag. Oh, whack.
Gets it. Gets all of it.
Oh,
I'm calling 6. That's fence on the full. And the first 6 of the boundary goes up. A beautiful shot. Just misses the sausage. Bangs into that fence. And the big 4-pound bat swings. Wow. Fire with fire. Next ball is going same area, yard quicker.
Didn't try to overhit it. He just picked it up nicely. Almost helped it on its way, and it's gone for 6.
Great shot by the big 4-pound bat, Harris. Oh, gets through him again. Can't stop it in the covers. 1 comes back for 2. 8 off the over. Valuable runs, Mitch Harris. The X Factor, you called it yesterday. I've jumped onto your coattails. We're not allowed to mention coattails around here after yesterday. Dill Freitag still on a little social media ban, just blocking a few people. But sensational job there by Harris. And 8 runs there. The X Factor, the TDCA X Factor for you both days, me, day 2. This is why you picked him.
Yeah, 100%. They've just taken a slip out as well here, so maybe looking to get him to drive that one again. Ooh, just with the wicket holding up a touch.
Yeah, lovely ball there. Good fight back.
And just looking around the ground, it is starting to pick up a little bit here. You know it's a big day when the phantom of the TDCA, Cole Scammell, comes down for a look.
Dropping a jumper off to you, Nick.
Dropping a jumper off. It's gotten a little bit chilly for me, so I've asked him to drop one off. But he's a little bit of a recluse with the TDCA these days. Doesn't like stepping on toes at all. But
he didn't mind hitting toes when he bowled, though.
No, he was more a bodyline type of guy, I feel. Yeah, speaking about... Oh, he's gone again.
He's gone again. That one is bigger. Back-to-back sixes. Harris fighting fire with fire. Pats himself down. The chest goes out. Peacock feathers up. Great shot. 14 from the over.
Jeez. This has just changed the game completely. 120, Glengarry wins. 140, it's on. 150, I think ex-students are in the box seat.
Fire with fire. Goes again, just misses helmet, just misses bat. Harris telling people to get stuffed. He's going nowhere. He's not even talking to anybody. Everyone's walking in, and now he'll walk down and have a chat to each other.
Yep, there's still one ball.
One ball to come.
Too much excitement in the overlook.
Harris has pointed back to Freitag and said, "Get back and I want one more at you." And Freitag's now going over the wicket by the looks of things. Change of field. No, he's staying around the wicket. Seems to be running in a little bit harder, this ball. Oh, and he did too. That one was a yard quicker. And the batsman who misses quickly turns around. And all of a sudden you can hear the ex-student spirits in the crowd just starting to rise. This game's starting to go up to the next level. And what's important for Glengarry here is just to weather this little storm by ex-students, make sure that they take the momentum and the energy into their batting, because you can just start to feel it swing now, can't you? All of a sudden, ex-students clapping every run, starting to feel they know that 150 is critical for them in these conditions.
Absolutely. It's... Oh... And this is when Glengarry might just start to get a little bit desperate. They can feel it. Just... They're still on top, but just... An over like last can mean that you just start shaking a little bit and you're worrying about the extra runs that you've just given up.
We talk about big moments in grand finals and people stepping up to the plate. Mitch Harris, your X Factor from yesterday, you picked it before the game started. This is why he's the X Factor. This is how you get a name for yourself. Your first year at a club, back to the wall. Start of the year, no one knew who he was. Let me tell you, if ex-students get up now, everyone's going to know the name Mitch Harris, because this has been a sensational little fight back here from him. I reckon Matthews is going to have to be a little bit careful here playing the no shot. This ball is turning. None of these look out, but all of a sudden one that's a bit quicker, a bit straighter, and he could be in trouble.
Good shot.
Lovely shot. Beats the fielder, rolling out towards the boundary. I don't think anyone's going to stop that. All of a sudden runs are flowing. It's 4 to Matthews, and again the Shark army continues to grow. Crowd's starting to get thicker. People know that this is game on. 145. Who would have thought this when Freitag ripped the hearts out of ex-students with 2 wickets at 100? All of a sudden, 145. Nice ball. Well played by Matthews.
Massive partnership. Absolutely massive. Oh. I think Jim Jacobson called it, didn't he? He said that this is crucial to get that last wicket, and they haven't been able to do it. Now the excitement builds as Freitag's going to be bowling to Harris again, and no doubt they'll go short. Let's put a few more out the boundary, Nat. Let's really amp it up here.
Well, he's going to want to put him 14 rows back. The sixes are getting bigger. His arms have got stronger. The big 4-pound bat's getting easier to swing. He's like Merlin, not Merlin, what's the guy that pulled the sword out of the rock, Nick? You would know.
Oh, King Arthur. Luke.
King Arthur, big King Arthur, pulls the sword, the blade out of the rock and hits Freitag for 6.
It's like a little harrow in his hands now.
Piece of red gum lumber is just getting easier to swing. The beach towel strapped to his forearm is just really soaked with sweat. This is how legends are made. In a grand final, 9. Let's not forget 9 for 108. All of a sudden, 9 for 145. Oh, Yorker misses. Great ball. And I don't think Freitag's going to go upstairs anytime soon after the last over. He's going to hit his toes.
Yeah, if he bowls a couple of dots, maybe, but he won't go early again. It just set up that over, didn't it? And he's gone for 40 runs off 20 overs, Nat, but he would go for 14 off the last. So he's bowled really well. He's still got amazing figures at 2 and over, but he's gone for 14 off and over.
Whacks it. Great fielding at gully. Man who fields at gully, I'll just let that go.
You put in a fall, don't you? Just so you don't have to chase it, Luke.
The big busker just got it solid. That's how you field. Would have hit my leg or foot or something and bounced out to someone else to chase. Great fielding by the busker. Got a big piece of that. Big thick edges off the red gum. Oh, pierces the gap through cover again. 1 will come back for 2. Your little man out there, he's quick sticks. And beautiful throw back in. Another 2 runs to Harris. 39 run partnership for the last wicket in a grand final. This is when the beers are flowing. If you get up and win, the beers are flowing and the stories, the legend is made. It grows from year to year.
It's just, I would have said that this would be the case. Ex-students take it up to 150, 160 potentially. Oh, he's gone again.
Short there. It's going to take some stopping though. He does do it. The man in the Terry Toweling hat, big Max Burton, picks the ball up. Another 2 runs, 4 off the over. Shout out to Dave Armour. Dave Armour, a great Warragul man, Warragul and District Cricket Association man, watching with the whole family. Good friends, his son Jack, good friends with Al Jenkins. So a big shout out to the Armours, and it's great to see the Gippsland cricket family all supporting each other and backing each other in. Jackie Armour, a great Gippsland cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we talked about it yesterday, but what a sensational job the WDCA, Warragul District Cricket Association, is it Warragul District? I'm pretty sure it is. Warragul District Cricket Association did in hosting the grand final this year in some of the toughest conditions. We talked about yesterday how difficult, if this game wasn't played at Duncan Cameron, the difficulties of playing games. There is not a surer thing. There would have not have been a GCL grand final this year if it wasn't for the work that the WDCA did in getting that ground up. Some of the worst cricket conditions I've ever seen, and it produced one of the really good cricket grand finals, albeit starting late, but that did get started. Round the wicket, change of angles, just seeing if he can draw him into playing a little bit more shots with the bat. For me, when you have a team 9 for 120 or 9 for 108 and you bring your spinner on, I would have had a bat pad. Definitely a bat pad here, especially with a pitch that's ragging like this. Not having a bat pad, I think it's a missed opportunity. You can still have 3 out on this small ground with a bat pad in, and it's still only 1. So right now you've got a mid-wicket and a 45, but there's no catcher for the one that spoons off. That's what I reckon's missing.
Ooh, I reckon they've half thought about it. There's a little catcher just off the square, almost for like a missed time, glance or something like that. But you're right, bit of pressure under the nose, Luke.
Especially with the ball turning like this. And I also think what's happening going around the wicket, he's going to lose some drift here. Yeah. So I actually liked where he was, staying outside off, trying to draw the non-shot in from Matthews, and that's where the bat pad would have been really valuable. Now that he's gone around the wicket, it's probably the right field. Last over, got to have silly mid on in.
Yep, for sure. It lets you bowl just that little bit straighter and make him use his bat rather than just patting it away.
There's no doubt there'll be purple helmets out there when the spinners are bowling for ex-students.
Yeah, Matt Robbo's really made it his own, as is Dykey on the other side. You get these 2 giggling little hyenas just having a crack at you while you're out there trying to play some of the best spin that local Region 7 has to offer. And it's not fun, even though it's quite a jovial mood when they're doing it. How many overs is that, Luke?
70 overs have been bowled now. Just needed everything to catch up with itself. You know I'm not one for detail, Nick. 41 this partnership thus far. Freitag to continue to the man that carries the 4-pound bat. Squares him up a little bit. Definitely not going to be bowling short now. And just still has no problems. The longer he bats, the better he's looking, isn't he?
Absolutely. Just looking really just a class above at the moment. And yeah, having done this, like we said, Luke, for the last 4 years, we've gotten some feedback. Mad Mondays, usually in jest as much as anything. As Nat bowls again, squirts it out to point. We usually get a little bit of feedback from, some comments made throughout the day. And I have a feeling that, Mitch Harris, there'll be a photo or two sent through of him wrapped in a beach towel or potentially with a scale and his bat sitting on it. That from what we've copped lately or in years gone by.
No doubt. I'm a little bit busy on Monday to take too many calls, so I think the players understand it's all about the promoting and giving people a story to tell and something to watch. And we know that the Mad Mondays, the clubs do sit back and watch it, and how wonderful it is to be able to play in a grand final, win or lose, especially win though, and be able to come back and watch it, whenever you want to. That's what's great about live streaming. It goes to YouTube, it's there forever, and something that the clubs can use. I've heard of clubs cutting highlights up. Oh, nice ball, rolled his fingers. Challenged him a little bit more than the past. I've heard of clubs that cut bits and pieces up and turn into highlights package for each of their players and all that type of stuff. And that's what cricket's all about. That's what sport's all about in the country. Let's promote it and give people a chance to reflect and talk about all the wonderful things that they've done. And we're just joined by a young buddy who's obviously been dropped down, talked his mum into it, but he's been our number one support. Oh, beautiful ball. Just went off a length. He's been one of our best supporters over the last 2 days, writing plenty of comments in the comments section of YouTube. But welcome to the cricket today, Mace.
Hello.
Just like your message is short and sharp, mate. That's really good. You've been watching most of it. Who do you think's going to win at the moment, Glengarry or ex-students?
Well, ex-students have came back a little bit after yesterday. They've been really good. But I reckon so far Glengarry still have the advantage.
It's a very good point you make. It's a great fight back by ex-students. Sometimes the fight back can oversell the reality of the situation. Glengarry would still take 150 if they're all out. But let's not forget 9 for 108. The desperation, the passion, the commitment of this ex-student side to keep clawing the way back into this contest. You can't take much away from them. I would have said at the start of the day, if they could get 130, 140, they would have almost taken it. Now it's 150. They're starting to get into a bit of plus time here, which is just we talk about it. What a fight back. That's why I'd have him in there.
That little bit of pressure there that you're talking about. It's a strange field though. I don't think Andy's looked at going leg side at all. They've still got the 3 back. That's probably where he's going to score his runs, through the offside. And, there's another 2. They've got 150 on the board now.
150, well. And you're exactly right. Unless it's an ordinary ball, Matthews doesn't normally swipe it to the leg side. He normally steps out to leg and then sort of whacks it out through offside, doesn't he? Really funky sort of, I'm going to say driving, but it's a bit different. And yeah, we've just got it from Andy Mack, a superstar of the TDCA. They talked about yesterday at the start of play, if they can get to 150, they'd be happy. And there's that 150, and it continues to climb. We keep talking about it, but this fight back is phenomenal here by ex-students. It just shows that never give up attitude. You've never got them beaten until you've got them beaten.
Very measured. Very smart batting here. We, bit of a shock. When Rick was out, you would have thought, oh, geez, they might get 120 if they're lucky, and who knows. But 152 and climbing, this partnership has the potential to be anything right now. So, yeah, Glengarry just a little bit in their shell at the moment too.
They've gone quiet, no doubt about it. Oh, squeezes it out. Another run. Every run is just so vital. I think it's time for Frank Marks. Let the fingers roll a little bit here. We've seen the ball popping from Freitag. We know that it's turning, so I reckon that medium pacer who just rolls his fingers a little bit more could be a really good change-up. Very hard to be changing when a bloke's 6 for 40 or 6 for 45, but I just do think it's time for Frank Marks.
When your captain's 6 for 40, Luke.
Yeah, the ball's not coming out of my hand. Andy Bombers is just kicking back, and the score. And Andy Bombers wanted to know what the score is at C grade, so he's kicking back and just wanted to know a C grade update. It's amazing that the amount of interest in this C grade game, but there's some real superstars playing down on Old Trafford at the moment.
3 for 46 in the C's. We got Richards McGregor, who won the C grade champion player of the year, is out, so that's a big wicket for the Imps, and Prig is out, as mentioned before. So 3 for 46, but Milo's at the crease now, a wily old competitor. He's almost guaranteed to squirt out a match-winning runs at some point, isn't he?
Darian Millington, one of the very good C-grade superstars for ex-students over the last many, many years. Great to see a bloke played a lot of high cricket go back down and still play and help the next generation of Sharks come through. And that's what makes that club so strong, is that people don't retire. They continue to play. They enjoy the social side of it. And as they get older, they come back down through the grades, teaching and handing the baton over to the next generation. And that's the art to a really good cricket club. Cricket clubs where people retire from cricket when they're finished and they don't put back in and teach the kids coming through in the lower grades. They're the clubs that don't ever prosper. But absolutely, Sharks have it right. They have a junior program. Great ball again. They have all the right ingredients in place. They promote junior sport. They have older players playing in the lower grades. They promote kids into their higher grades, and that's why they've been so successful over so many years, and really hard to see that success changing. They might not win it every year, but they're going to contend every year.
You still do get those odd players though, Luke, like your great mate Stix Richards, who, from all reports I've heard, he's done a few Tonya Hardings to the young kids over the journey just to kneecap a couple and keep his spot in that B-grade successful team. But you're 100% right. They are an amazing club, and it's the 5th year in a row that they've had all their grades playing in a grand final, across A, B and C, which is just astonishing. And you look at Rovers, for example. Rovers were rapt that they had 3 of their grades playing in semi-finals for the first time since the 80s, but ex-students consistently do it and just get the job done.
No doubt about it. Big shout out to Matthew Lowe sitting back watching on the live stream as well. Oh, that one a little bit higher. He wanted a piece of it. He had to jump 4 foot to get near it, and hard to jump with that 4-pound bat in his hand. And with all the issues with logging and everything in the world at the moment in Victoria, it's great to see a bloke using a trunk as a bat. Surely there'll be protesters down here shortly. The buses arrived. The anti-timber people are coming out and about. They've seen a bloke pull a tree out of the ground and use it as a bat, and there'll be banners and people chained to the light poles soon. And drinks, as we just straighten up a little bit here. 73 overs, 9 for 154. What a performance by Big Mitch Harris. Nick Scammell picked it before the day's play yesterday, his X Factor. I've jumped on him on day 2. 9 for 154. Ex-students, all of a sudden, I think, hold fort, Nick.
Yeah, it's still probably 1-1 at the half, but ex-students are getting a lot of shots on goal lately. So, yeah, I don't know where this game goes now, Luke. I was hoping for maybe 130, and then ex-students really come out, all pressure just on the whole time. But 150, 160, they're going to play around with these guys, and they've got runs now to do a few different things and to really work out Glengarry's batsmen. It's going to be an amazing finish. We know that.
Yep, certainly is. B grade won't be too far away from kicking off as well. Really interesting set of circumstances down there. Ex-students going for 9 in a row. On the ropes as well, aren't they? But Jack Robinson yesterday, a nice little comeback, batting at 8 or 9 with a 30 odd. Just got that score up to near that 100, and with the side and the performance of ex-students, 130. And we talked about it at the start of the day. In A grade, 130 they'll win, but B grade, Yarram's got some firepower in that side. So quick wickets will be the key down there. This game absolutely evenly poised right now. After 2 quick wickets from Freitag in the third over of his third over of the day, it looked like that it was going to be the Magpies swooping all day, and then all of a sudden the fight back comes back from ex-students, and here it comes. Each run that ex-students gets, you can see them clapping, you can see them pumping. Mac has just given us some real live time here that Stocky's talked about. He's in for a show today. The ball's going to turn square. They'll open with spin, I reckon. They will open with spin. Stocky will open the bowling, and he will turn it square. There you go. You've heard it here first. And right now, 154, the tide has turned.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we can't talk enough about this. As you mentioned, B grade will be kicking off soon as well, Luke. And talking to a couple of the guys down there today, I went out to look at the wicket. The wicket played pretty well. They've still got a lot of time to bat. It's a very similar setup to today's game in the A's, I think. And, Daniel Churchill's out there. We know he's a proven performer. He's got the record for most B grade hundreds in the TDCA ever. And,
why hasn't he played a lot more high-grade cricket?
It's hard to break into this team, isn't it? It's really hard to break into this team. Cade Duncan is another one who's can handle the bat as well. Zach Baston, the young cricketer of the year. And, they've got a lot of firepower to go as well. So the thing that they talked about this morning was that Yarram yesterday bowled really full, just attacked stumps. There was a lot of wickets out bowled, and the wicket didn't really play a part in it. It was just bad batting on ex-students' behalf. So they need to rectify that and maybe take a lesson out of Yarram's book and pitch it up a little bit more than what they would normally do.
And you talked about Cade Duncan in the B grade game, 22, 23 years old, something like that. A young man. It was only 3 years ago it might have been, where he ripped the heart out of Churchill in the last grand final when the TDCA had the 11 clubs. Just first over after tea, and he got the big King Cobra Kieran out, which was a big wicket. It was a surprise at the time. We talk about the surprises of Robertson batting at 3 yesterday, the little shifty moves that Stockdale has, and that day was definitely one of... It was a real stocky moment. Gave the ball to the 20-year-old, 19-year-old. First over after lunch it was, and he gets snicks off Kieran. Big wicket, set the Sharks up for the victory. And as the players just come back from a refreshment, Jenkins looks like he'll continue to bowl those offies. Kids are playing in the background, which is great to see. There's plenty of the crowd building up, plenty of people starting to... not starting. They've been here probably since Freitag took 2 wickets. Everyone thought we better get down there quick, and now they're just calling their wives or partners to come and get the car because they're going to have a few more beers than they first thought. And of course, we talk about Matthews, the superstar career he's had. I've used the word superstar a lot, but there is so many of them in the TDCA. He's been in the TDCA a long, long time, taking many, many wickets. But it was only 6 years ago. Swatted out to cover, couldn't get off strike. It was only 6 years ago. He wasn't quite bowling well. He sort of had an interrupted season, and he went back and played in a B grade premiership. Again, that's what we talk about at that club. They just park the egos, and they all do. And bat pads come into play too here, Nick. So they've had to think about it. Maybe they've got some feedback from the live stream, and they've got it.
Live stream. And that's the change, isn't it? He's not propping forward now. He's really covering off on that ball. Doesn't want to pop it up into silly leg there.
So what it also does, it brings LB into play as well, because Matthews will stay back a little bit more. A little bit camped on Graham, camped back there, waited for the ball to come. Matthews gets off strike and turns it over.
Do you think Stockdale's said to him, it's time to go now? Do you think that's been the message? Just the way Matthews has come out straight away, he looks like he's going, I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive, just up the tempo a bit.
I think they've said we got the 150. That's what we want. Don't do anything stupid, but keep scoring. I think they don't want the game to die. The confidence has started to come back into the side. Now 155. You just play with that little bit more freedom, and it's about scoring, not risk taking, not slogging, but scoring. And I think that as you said, that last shot where they punched it out to mid off and they ran one was a good sign of that.
Another over bowled. They'd really taken this deep. I wouldn't have thought that the new ball would be involved, Luke, but it's climbing up there.
I made the call earlier. If the new ball's taken, it was my belief that ex-students would win the game. That's what my thoughts were. And now you can just start to feel, that's almost the case, isn't it? I thought if Glengarry didn't get 3 wickets and they had to take the new ball, it was going to mean that they were going to be chasing 150, 160. I didn't think they were going to do it this way, though, with the 10th wicket partnership. But just credit to Mitch Harris and Andy Matthews, a fantastic partnership, 47-run partnership for the last wicket. I remember a Sale Mafra cricket grand final many years ago, and I don't know the exact, but it was 9 down, and they got 50 or 60 for the 9th wicket. I believe it was Shingles and Magnuson for Mafra to chase down, and there was a run out to win the game, given not out, which just showed how close it got. Full toss, whacked it straight back, and no score. And I just could not believe what I saw, a 50-60 last wicket partnership chasing to win the game. You don't see it happen often. Everyone talks about the last wicket can take ages. The reality is it doesn't normally, but when it does, you always remember it. Yeah. And this is another case where you're always going to remember this one, no doubt. Either way, you're going to remember this because the game's gone deeper.
Well, speaking of last wicket partnerships, and we talked about Pieman yesterday about his efforts, and I don't know if I think it was the last wicket or second last wicket, but he got ex-students over the line back in the early 2000s against Yanar, and there might have been a contentious decision that he snicked it and was given not out, but he put on a really big partnership at the end of the game and won the premiership for ex-students at the Rec. And I remember being a young bloke watching that, and it was an amazing achievement, and that's just one of the many cricketing stories of Pieman McLean. A competitor, and had to just would do whatever he needed to do to win the game.
You almost feel the spirit of Pieman still lives around the cricket club, even before he passed tragically earlier this year. That what I talk about, the spirit of the real club, and everyone's equal and everyone's one, and you do everything for each other, and you build a community. He set that in tone many years ago, with many others as well, of course. But I believe he was the champion of that, and I know in my short time playing there, no matter what the situation, he was always having a beer, having a laugh, hanging a little bit of SHIT on you, but just making you feel relaxed. And at the same time, he was happy to cop it and make fun of himself as well. One of the truly great gentlemen of not Traralgon cricket, but Gippsland cricket. And it's what makes this sport such a wonderful sport, where you can sit around for 6 hours listening while you're waiting to bat, listening to people like him is amazing. And of course, he had his posse, his little posse down there for a long time as well. People like, Buff Memory and Billy Duncan and Kev Foley and these guys, and they all took their turn to hold fort and tell their stories. And you still go down there on a Friday night, and we've heard all the stories before, and they still get told, and that's what makes it wonderful. A cricket club that has 50 plus people turn up on a Friday night to have a beer and buy a raffle ticket, it's amazing. And they have a great partnership with the Traralgon Footy Club. Both are good for each other. And ex-students making that move from KLP many years ago to the Rec Reserve, the foresight to do that, turning their little successful club into a juggernaut. Truly amazing.
Yep. I would different opinion. They wanted a turf at KLP. I think things would be a lot different if they had a turf at KLP, the old Sharks, but they've been very lucky that people on the executive of the TDCA at the time worked so hard to fight the council and to fight the footy club to get a turf in there, because they've been able to reap the rewards of that.
As you know, the stories of history always get rewritten, depending on the story that you need to be told.
That ex-students should have a sign up in their rooms, and they should cross themselves every year they walk through the doors where to the team. It should say thank you, Steve Kay, Cole Scammell, Dave Little, for all your punch ups that you had at council back in the late 90s.
And Matthews deciding not to play with that one.
Not patting the burning dog, Luke.
Oh, tried to get underneath it.
Four for 58 in the C grade. Ooh, and it's just getting a little bit tense out there, I think. But yeah, 4 for 58 in the Bs. Milo is out. Hennessy and O'Brien are currently in at the moment, and Imps might just have their tail up a little bit. Nine for 156 here at Duncan Cameron. Matthews, legs 11, and Harris 39.
Oh, that's that roll the finger we talk about.
That is a good little ball. He's not quite sure what's happened there, but with 150 runs on the board and with a new ball just around the corner for yourself as a bowler, you're not worrying about that too much.
No doubt about it. They'd enjoy that. I think they've 155. They'd be 156. They'd be pretty content with that. And now it's about just getting excited when it's your turn. Just feel a lot of... it's really important that Glenn just trying to build some momentum back here now. The momentum has shifted really quickly back the other way. Mitch Harris has just taken it away from him. Swashbuckling 29. A fantastic performance here. 2 runs away from a 50-run partnership for the 10th wicket. Blocking with confidence.
Frank Marks to Harris again from the yes Optus end. Oh, he squeezed it through. That's going to be 4 runs. They just continue to score, Luke. This is now getting a little bit out of control for Glengarry. 160 on the board. Oh, jeez. I feel like we all think that they should have been bowling right now, ex-students, but Harris has just stood up. He's got 50 in his sights, and the X Factor, the jumped on the bandwagon X Factor, he is going great guns at the moment.
Oh, just leaves that little tempter there. Great shot. No doubt about it. 76 overs, 9 for 160, after being 9 for 108. All credit to Mitchy Harris, who moves to 43. It's been an amazing performance. An amazing performance from the new man that's just arrived. Swings the 4-pound bat. Wears a beach towel as a sweatband. His forearms are so big. Oh! And a fantastic effort by Marks. You can hear the oohs and ahs, and could not quite get it. Little bit of enthusiasm starting to come back from Glengarry now. I think they went through that 5-over lull. and it's massive. A big shout out to some old mates down in Benzel who are watching it as well. Scotty Wilcox and Gary Anderson. Gary Anderson, an 8-time senior premiership player for West Bensdale, fantastic. Wilcox, a multiple premiership player. And every time they come to Traralgon, they tell the same joke about cricket. And whenever ex-students is mentioned, they say everybody's an ex-student, and they laugh at themselves. So it's a little bit funny the first time. The 50th time is not all that funny. But yeah, everyone's an ex-students. Great shot by Matthew. Steps back. Couldn't quite time it though. The intent's there to score. 77 overs, 9 for 160. Wowwee's the best word. BT, give us your words. And there it is, the bat pad. 9 for 160. Big, all-out 160. Ex-students keen. Matthews and Harris run off. Matthews a little bit disappointed that he gets out there, but take a bow. Andy Matthews and Mitch Harris, 43 not out, swung the game back towards ex-students' way. All out 160, being 9 for 108. This is what legends are made of. Sensational effort by them. Glengarry will also take this. They know that they can chase 160 with the amount of time that's left in the day's play. And Nick, 160 at the start of yesterday when you send the side in, you take it. A little bit of disappointment to not be 110, but what you have to do is you just got to cop it and go back out there, restart, and make sure that your first hour with the bat set yourself up for victory.
Absolutely, as the roller starts in the background, so sorry for any background noise, but yeah, probably just... I'm a little bit lost for words at the moment, to be honest, Luke. I think that once Batista went out, it was real panic stations for the Sharks, but Harris has just played an absolute blinder. That silly legs come in and just gotten the wicket. Good in the end, 160. I think at the start of the day, well, start of the weekend, Glengarry said we're going to roll him for 160. You take it, but as the game ebbed and flowed, they probably should have had him out for a lot less.
And as the innings comes to a close, there'll be the 10-minute changeover before the lunch break scheduled for 12:30. So would they be going to lunch now? Siri couldn't help me out there on my watch, but yeah, just asking the secretary, writes the rules every day of the week. Will they be taking lunch now, or is it a changeover? 1 o'clock lunch, so they will bat for 40 minutes. A big 40-minute setup, and back by popular demand after a stint in the commentary box yesterday that has been unmatched by anyone else that's ever stepped into here, Nick Scammell. We welcome back
less, and then we'll see what happens after that.
That's it, mate. That's it at all. After 200 mil of rain during the week, they've done a great job to get the pitch up, but the pitch has been playing some tricks, bit of inconsistent bounce, bit of two pace. So I think, if anything, Harris and Matthews probably hit the pitch a bit harder than the Glengarry bowlers did, so they might extract some more mystery out of the pitch, and it looked like Al Jenkins was getting some big turns, so I'd say Stockdale, Pride and Warren will be licking their lips. Might just take a moment in this innings breaks to do a couple of call-outs. Darky Stockdale's requested that I acknowledge his presence at the ground again today, so the great man sitting out there on the far side there. Also got a young member of the Glengarry cheer squad over here to our right, young Frankie Wintup. So glad she's here. Hello, Frankie. And an international viewer, Dan Nigel McKenna, is tuning in from Canada again today with his opinions and baits coming through via text. But as we see, I think there could be a chance of some rain around. The radar's showing nothing, but these clouds are getting darker and slower, Scam. So there's a chance we may be rain interrupted again today, which will change everything again. The more overs we lose, the bigger the bigger the total is for Glengarry to chase. The run rate gets higher, the pressure gets higher, and that's grand final cricket at its finest, isn't it?
Well, I suppose that's what happens when you go late to March. So it just adds to the drama, and yeah, it's great to see. These boys look pretty fired up already coming out, and yeah, oh geez, I can't wait. I wouldn't have predicted Harris to make as many as he did. I thought Rick would have been the one on 43 not out at the end of the day, but yeah, it doesn't matter who gets them as long as you get them. And Glengarry have now got to make sure that they knuckle down and don't lose any wickets in this little difficult session.
Yeah, Glengarry would be praying they can get the lunch. None down's perfect for them, isn't it? But 1 or 2 at the most. If they're 3 or 4 down, you'd have to think students go box seat from there. But yeah, the wickets to fall this morning. Batista fell to a master plan from Freitag. That was a setup. They have a forward square sitting there waiting for that. And Rick's always sort of gone through the air in that region, so it was a great plan, bit of bowling. Probably not as good a bit of bowling or cricket to get Michael Warne out with a little flick off down leg side, but take him out, you can get him. And then, yeah, Matthews and Harris have just not turned the game on its head as such, but they've certainly levelled the equation up a lot better than what it was looking. It was looking like a rort there for a while. As we watch Harris and the ex-students boys warm up out here, the rollers starting to come up and down. Massive shout out too to Kev Foley and the Rovers boys. They've worked tirelessly to get this ground looking as good as it looks, and to Canan and everything. It's been a great weekend of cricket so far. But just for our viewers that are interested in the other games that are going on in the TDCA, we'll just do a quick round the ground check of the scores. In the B grade, ex-students are continuing on at 7 for 101, with K Duncan 5 not out, and Daniel Churchill rock solid at 16 not out. And a quick flick to the C grade game, where ex-students appear to be 4 for 79 after 25 overs, so then they're going to need to lift their run rate to post a score that they can defend against an Imperials batting attack that loves to attack. So that'll interesting to see how those games play out with the remainder of the day. And yeah,
so crystal ball, Robert, what are you predicting from here? We know what Glengarry have to do. We know that the wicket's going to be maybe a little bit difficult with the new pill, and that it was just gripping in the surface a little bit. Yep. We know it's going to spin. Who's your prediction, and how do you see it playing out?
If I'm being 100% honest, I think Glengarry have their nose in front at this point in time. It's not going to be easy for them, though. It's never going to be easy. It's not going to come easy for them. I think if they just bat smart, bat time, the 2 and over is going to come to them. All they have to do is survive. If students get a couple early ones and get Freitag out of the picture, then I think students are rock solid. They're going to run home from there. I think Harris and Matthews will open the bowl and they'll hit the pitch hard, and they'll see what can happen. But then I think the game plan would be, if they don't get success early, probably Stockdale and Pride are going to come on. They're going to bowl with that quick over rate. They're going to tie things down. They're going to try and chew up 30, 35 overs in quick time, and then they're going to create the scenario where, all right, Glengarry, you now need to push the tempo. You have to chase the runs, and then it's going to get exciting because, as you know, when they start to go out as well. So I think they're just going to, the juggernaut that is ex-students is going to roll on here and give Glengarry everything they've got. It's whether or not the Glengarry batting lineup's going to be up to the task. Like Nat Freitag's record speaks for himself. He's one of the best cricketers the region's produced. Al Jenkin, hit and miss. Sam Marks, dependable, but once again, he's sort of slower. That'll go into ex-students' favour. And then you got the explosive Frank Marks and even Ben Marks to a degree too, that can just come out and smash runs real quick if they need to. But also, ex-students boys would probably feel that they can get them out at any given chance. So it's going to be one hell of a battle, and I reckon it might get a bit fiery out there. There's a couple of send-offs in the first innings, and I reckon that it could get nasty, and it's going to be good for the crowd to watch. It's going to be entertaining.
Speaking of good for the crowd to watch, over in C grade at Old Trafford, Nick O'Brien is currently 21 from 18 with 3 4s and 1 6 to his name. So they've listened to you, Robert. They've looked for the increase in run rate, and it looks like he's lifted that, and he's taken it to the Imps bowlers. So we've just got to keep an eye on all the grades today. I've got to be in and out presenting trophies and being a part of that. But ex-students in the Bs look like they're doing it a little bit different though. They're batting for time, trying to take that out of the game, but they've been stuck on 101 for a little while now. Cade Duncan, 2 off 72 pills, and Daniel Churchill, 19 off 87. You really feel that Churchy's the one that's got to make those runs.
Yeah, I feel Churchy is going to be the one to make those runs, and obviously Cade Duncan's holding up an end. So, unfortunately, with the weather having the impact that it did, which would you expect given COVID pushing the season late into March, ex-students find the scenario where they've still got 31 overs to bat, which comes out of Yarram's time to bat. So the longer they bat, they score another 30 overs. You'd think even at 1-2 and over, they're going to get to the 130, 140 mark, and that's going to leave Yarram 40 overs to get probably 100, or get 130, 140. So they're just trying to generate a situation there where the run rate generates the pressure they need, and then they're going to have the added pressure of them in the field to try and get the job done over a very, very strong Yarram side, given what happened with the certain B grade players in the Yarram side not being willing to travel to play the A grade cricket early on in the year. So they've now qualified, and rightfully so, as any club would do. If you've got good cattle ready to go, you play them, whether they're an A grade cricketer or a B grade cricketer, because at the end of the day we all play to win premierships, and that's what they're going to try and do. And nothing's going to generate interest over in South Gippsland to get more numbers to the Yarram Cricket Club, like saying they've won a flag in any grade in their first year in the comp, even though, I don't know, do you count their C grade flag the year before as part of the Yarram Cricket Club? Or it's good for cricket in South Gippsland, and it keeps blokes playing cricket, which is what we want, and it's good for the future of cricket and the future of the TDCA.
Yeah, the Devon obviously paved the way for Yarram to really form something and to generate a bit of interest over there. So, Devon last year, they were an outstanding C grade side, don't get me wrong, but they've won a premiership, and that has been the catalyst, I think, for the formation of the Pelicans. I don't think Yarram thought they were going to be as good and as competitive as what they thought initially. Their A grade team came in and knocked off some really good teams. Their B grade team's been outstanding all year, and their C grade is full of wily old veterans who, over in Alberton League and over South Gippy, are just names that they're massive, and now they're starting to carve their way in the TDCA and have a real input. So it's been amazing having Yarram in, and it'd be great for them to win a premiership, but I think it'd be great for them to just compete. And like you said, it's been a way to get more cricketers into the competition. Another strong club has come in, and it's just been amazing to have. As we now start this innings of Glengarry, who, it's going to be a tight little session this. If Glengarry can get out of this unscathed, it's really game on. If they're 2 down, the nerves will start to creep in. Sam Marks on strike to Andy Matthews.
And first ball round the wicket, Sam Marks offering no shot, as you would. The less balls he has to play at, the happier he's going to be here to get through to lunch. Field settings are 2 slips, gully, point, cover. I don't know, would you call that an extra cover or a wide mid-off there with Jackson McMahon? We'll go with a mid-off.
Yeah, we'll go a wide mid-off.
And then on the leg side, we've got a deep fine leg, forward square leg, and a mid-on. Matthews coming back in here to Marks. Oh, he got him forward on the front foot, inside half of the bat. And we've got an overthrow. Rick Batista's taken a cheeky shot at the stumps. No one there to back it up. Pride's had to scurry to get the ball, and they've gone through for 1 to get him off the mark. Bit of probably over-exuberant, unnecessary cricket there by Batista, but it is what it is. It brings Al Jenkins on strike.
And they're going to have to swap out their fine leg, Robert, because they're getting smoked out down there from the Glengarry supporters. They've brought the North Gippy field to the ground again today. Oh, jeez, that has done something. That has gone underground. I think there was a little tickle on it. It's missed the stumps by bees, something or other. And, it's an interesting start. We've already had an overthrow. We've had a couple of little chances. Game on.
Game on. That's what we thought would happen, though. Bit of interest, bit of strange stuff happening out here, and it's all part of the circus that is this game of cricket so far. Nothing has happened the way you expected it to happen. But we'll be interested. I'd assume that Harris takes the new ball from this end next over. But Lee Stockdale's one for throwing curveballs. You may see Warren, Pride or Stockdale here from the other end, but you would assume that it will be Harris, even given he's at fine leg, which is a pretty good indicator normally too.
Nick O'Brien's just been dismissed by a caught and bowled from Geordie Anderson. So Geordie Anderson has 3 wickets at the moment in the Seas. That's a good shot by Jenkin. Very wide bat that he has, and he's looking pretty good after that first ball. But Imps now have ex-students 5 for 91 in the Seas. If you want to get down there today and still listen to the live stream, by all means do that. It's fantastic that we can do this. 7 for 103 in the Bees, just ticking along, just bringing that score up. Maybe the tactic is to not give Yarram too many overs to try and chase down their total.
Well, it's a smart tactic. It's the easy tactic to take too, given they finish the year on top of the ladder. So in finals, they'll take any advantage you can get, really, and you can't blame them for wanting to take that advantage and using that scenario that's come their way. So as we got the over there, first over completed, scores at none for 1 after 1. So students will be taking that as a win. That's below the required run rate, so they'll take that. As the batting superstar Mitch Harris also takes the new ball here. If he can get a bag, get himself 5 for here, he's line honours for man of the match, I'd have to say. So here he goes. Pretty regulation looking field here for Sam Marks. He'll be on strike. We've got a forward square leg, fine leg, mid on, mid off, short cover, point, gully, 2 slips. And Harris is going to be going over the wicket to Sam Marks. Just starting to get a bit cold here, bit brisk. What do you reckon, Nick? Do you reckon it's going to rain here today, or are we going to get a day's play? And there's nothing on the radar though, but the clouds tend to say there's a bit of moisture in that air.
I think we'll get through unscathed. I think it won't be an issue, and if it does come over, it'll just be a quick shower. The wicket won't get affected, and we'll still get full day's play in. So, a bit of swing there. A real bit of swing, and he's up and about, isn't he? The big walloper. He's up and about. A bit of swing there. 2 slips in the gully to Sam. I've always liked having 2 gullies to Sam Marks. I think he flashes through that gully region a little bit, and you just want to either stop him from doing it, or you want to put a little bit of doubt in his mind, because he plays it no matter what. But pretty good field anyway. Good shot.
Great shot.
That's just gone down the hill nicely to, I think Luke's referring it to as the pillow or the sausage. I'm going to call it the big tackling bag. And there's the first 4 of the day.
That's a good shot, taking advantage. Mitch Harris is clearly trying to get the big in-swinger going to Sam to try and bowl him through the gate, and Sam's just leant on that and flicked it through the square leg fence. So, great shot to Sam. That'll get his confidence up. That'll have him feeling good. Feel that a little bit of pressure's off him, and he can take his time getting into things the next few overs. Here as Harris comes in. Shorter, back of the length ball off stump. Sam just a backward defensive shot. And straight to mark in his squares. And he's looking confident here, Sam. It looks like he's comfortable, confident.
He's always been a pretty confident type of player. He's real gritty, hard to get out. If he digs himself in, you just got to work on the other end, because he might give you a chance, but it won't faze him at all. He can play and miss, and there's I thought that was squirted down to fine leg, but There is a lot of swing here at the moment for Harris. He's going to cause a few issues. Maybe he's just getting his line a little bit wrong for the lefty, but for a right-hander, if they're watching this coverage back in the rooms, it might just be a little bit more difficult going away from you.
That's it, isn't it, mate? It's always harder when it's going away to you than coming into you, but it will be interesting to see if you can get one to go the other way against Sam, or even straight and just... Oh, there it is, outside of the bat. That's what he wants. But Sam looked pretty in control of that, just seemed to ride the bounce and just guide it down there, but it was outside after bat, which will keep the students boys interested. But this is the key, isn't it? Couple early wickets here, get into the Glengarry middle order, get rid of Freitag, and students will feel like they got half a handle on the trophy. Good crowd numbers here today, though. Seems to be a lot more here today than there was yesterday. But Harris just strays onto the leg stump again. And I think we got leg byes off the thigh pad. Stockdale's throwing grass in the air already. I reckon he wants part of the action here. I reckon Stockdale's feeling like he just wants the ball in his hand and he'll be the one to do it for him here. What do you reckon here, Nick?
Oh, it won't be too long. If you look throughout the year, how many overs the new ball bowlers have bowled, it's usually 4 or 5 over spell, and then, Stockdale and Pride come on. Luke Henderson's texted me. He said that Blender, Ben Marks, the wicketkeeper of Glengarry, will be joining us very shortly when he makes his way to the other side of the ground, so that would be really intriguing, getting a player who's playing in the game to... to come over and have a chat. But yes, you're right, Rob. Sam's looking very assured at the moment. He's had a few issues with Andy Matthews in the past. I think Andy's wrapped him on the gloves a couple of times and put him out of injury and put him out for injury and put him out of work for a couple of days as well with a bit of a sore finger. So probably a few little mental demons that he has to get over in this battle as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam's had a horrible run with injury lately, but yeah. You wouldn't have thought so with the way he's batting, though. He's full of confidence here, looking to take the game on. He's just tried to blaze one through cover. Good fielding by Batista to cut off any runs, but it's not so much the result of the shot for the Glengarry boys here. They'd be growing in confidence on the mentality that their opening batsmen have taken here, and it's just going to build the confidence for them and make them feel pretty sort of safe and secure, I guess. But it will be interesting to hear Blender get in here and have his comments. He's not afraid to throw some cheeky barbs left and right, so it will be good to have the comments and thoughts of Benny as Matthews sort of bowls one over the top off stump. Sam leaves it alone, wants no part in it. So everyone's just sort of hinging on here to see what's happened, isn't it? You could feel like everyone's just waiting in the anticipation to see who's going to take the chocolates here, whether it's going to be the opening bowlers or the opening batsmen.
I think everyone's waiting for the spinners to come on. I think that's where the game's going to be won or lost if they can negate the spinners. The quicks, it's probably just a holding pattern here. Let's get through. But Sam's actually taken up the challenge, and as he just sniffs the leather on one. Blender, like all good batsmen though, isn't silly enough to say anything big before he has to go out to bat, though, Robert. So I think he'll be well measured. But if he walks back over here when it's 2 for 150, who knows what kind of bombs he might let go. Over in B grade, we'll just keep everyone updated. Daniel Churchill has just brought up his 100. Unfortunately, it's been in balls faced. That's the only hundreds that I've ever made, Bopper. And I wear them like a badge of honour. But 102 balls he's faced for his 24. And Cade Duncan is on 3 off 79 pills. In the C grade, I think another wicket has fallen as well. Currently 6 for 94. Thank you to the C grade guys for live streaming your games as well. And for live scoring, I should say. 6 for 94 in the C's off 30. So ex-students will need, they're going to have to need at least another 50 to make that competitive.
Yeah, well, as you saw, I think they bowled Imperial C grade bowled Yarram out for 110 last week, made the runs in 17 overs. So, but in saying that, against a pretty attacking Rovers side, I had the pleasure of umpiring the C grade semi-final last week. The ex-students boys bowled really tight and contained them, and they've made big scores all year. The Rovers boys, they bowled them out for 130. So interesting. But back to the battle here, and we got Mitch Harris continuing here to Sam Marks on strike with the score none for 7 after 3 overs, so they're in front of the required run rate. They'll be happy with that. Kicking all the goals here so far, Sam and Al. But you'd feel Mitch Harris, I reckon he'll want to get Al on strike here and try and snick him off. Just get the ball swinging and just snick him off.
Yeah, well, Al's only faced 2 balls so far, so it might be a little bit more than that, but he hasn't scored yet. As an opener, you want to get out there. You want to at least get a run on the board just to calm yourself. Cracking shot from Sammy Marks. Wow. There's that one through that gully point region. Like I said, he does like to chance his arm through there, and he'll continue to play that shot no matter if you put 1 or 2 in there. You might stop a run, but one might just leap on him a little bit. You might take a catch in there as well. So, yeah, there's those runs that he scores through there, and he really did lace that. He really threw everything he could into that shot.
Yeah, I don't think Lee would be happy as a captain having Mitch Harris come around the wicket bowling short and wide to Sam Marks. That's better. That's where he wants to be. Full at the stumps, give the ball a chance to swing. But Sammy did give that the kitchen sink and was rewarded nicely with the boundary. But it's just probably unlike Sam Marks this inning so far. He's sort of playing a bit of expansive at the bat and sort of playing bigger shots than he normally would for a bloke that generally takes 10 overs to get going. But here he is, 4th over and having a crack.
I feel like the difference is that they're going around the wicket to him, and usually he's such a good lever of the ball outside that off. He'll just leave you all day until you bowl where he wants you to bowl, and he has been doing that pretty well throughout his whole career, but they've come around the wicket as a bit of a ploy, and that's meant that he can pick up the length a lot better. It's not pushing across, it's just like that cut shot. If it's wide and outside, he can really go for it and get into line early on it. And I think that this is it's working in his favour at the moment, Bob.
Yeah, I think absolutely it is. I think he's quite comfortable with what he's been facing off the ex-students' quicks, but he seems comfortable at the crease and in a good mindset, so it's good. He looks very comfortable as Harris continues here around the wicket. And there's the Sammy of old. I don't like that. I'm having no part in that. Bat well above the head. And Harris continues. But I think we're in for a treat. I think we've got your coach, the Gormandale coach, Dylan Freitag, coming back to maybe make some more ridiculous pot shots at the ex-students middle order. But we'll see what happens.
Well, we're in for a treat right now in the background. As you can see, your brother walking the boundary, Robert. And there's a couple more runs. Yeah, it's just another leg by. I liked him better over the wicket, but he was swinging it and he didn't quite get it right. But yeah, I feel like they might have missed a trick on this one. I think, yeah, it's just been, you use that swing, get it coming back in, make his eye line change, and yeah, it would have been better. But that's been a good over for the Glengarry cricketers.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, neither of the opening bowlers here for ex-students have sort of excited me or offered much, as we see a change of bowling, which we thought had come pretty early, and here he is, the captain of ex-students, Lee Stockdale, to bowl left arm off spin. I reckon something's going to happen here. I can just feel it. I back Lee Stockdale here to get something to happen here before lunch. What do you reckon, Nick?
Yeah, not a sure thing. Not a sure thing. And look at this. We've already got guys round the bat. Give it a couple balls and there'll probably be another 1 or 2. There'll be a helmet waiting on the boundary already. And over in the Bs, Daniel Churchill out for 25. Maybe should have... Look, it's hard to say. The wicket, you don't know not being there. So it could be a match-defining innings, that one. But, maybe looking to score would have been a little bit better today. But Kay Duncan's still there. We've got Bentley. Oh, and already on the money, Robert. We've got Baston, we've got Spiteri to come. Another 20 or 30 over in B grade, and it's certainly game on. But, it's enthralling cricket everywhere across the two grounds, two facilities.
Stockdale's getting turned. It looks like Lee Stockdale's getting some big turn out of this wicket, which is only going to encourage him more. And bring doubt into the batsman's mind seeing him turn the ball. Not normally a big turner of the ball from all reports. I wouldn't know. I haven't faced him or had the privilege of umpiring him yet either. So as he comes in again, and Sam Marks' shot seemed he's gone back to the true Sam Marks of old here, where he's just going to be a rock solid in defence, in behind the ball, and just only wait for a ball he wants. So it'll be interesting to see. It's going to be a good battle. As I thought it was Michael Warne at mid-wicket there warming up, but it's Jake Best just doing some stretches. I'll tell you, he's a bit sore from his contentious outside of cricket commitments yesterday. As Sam Marks has pushed the ball to mid-off, taken on a single. Jackson McMahon's picked the ball up and put it 30 yards over the keeper's head and turned a 1 into a 5, which is the last thing that ex-students need with a small tally on the board, and that is what can only be called a coach killer, and it don't come Monday.
Yeah, Jacko's not going anywhere near the bowler right now. There is no way that you could... You'd be getting some burnt looks. I don't think Andy Mack's going to be popping up in front of the score box for any time soon, Luke. That was certainly... he put a bit of extra curry on that, Jacko. He had his wheat picks. He had the extra wheat pick, I think, this morning. Oh, wow.
I think trying to get him to pay the 6. It's probably, as much as he shouldn't have done that, Jacko, this probably works in Lee's favour. I reckon he wanted to bowl at LG Kinnear.
Yeah, he hasn't seen much of the ball already, Al, and he's got those long levers to the spinner. He usually covers off pretty well, but against Lee Stockdale, it's a different kettle of fish. But wow, 2 overthrows in the first 4 overs, very un-ex-students-like.
For a side that has been the best fielding side in the comp for years, that don't make mistakes in the field, pride themselves on it, it has been very loose there from the mid-off and the cover fielder in McMahon and Batista that have actually contributed a third of the Glengarry score, realistically. And we've got another change of bowler, and it would look like we've got James Pride coming on from the northern end of the oval. And he, as we all know, he'll go straight round the wicket to these left-handers, and he bowls so well to left-handers, he'll feel like he'll get both of them here. And he'll probably, knowing the ego on the bloke, he'll back himself to get them both too. So it's going to be interesting here. Game on, which looks like I might be making way for Luke Henderson himself. So I'll pass you back to Scam and go and enjoy the cricket. Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me.
Robert Pride, amazing as always. Thank you very much. The nerves of a TDCA secretary when Robert Pride gets on a microphone were as bloody nervous. I'll tell you what, last week, opening the batting in a semi-final, I was puckering like the best of them, but I was more nervous over the last 2 days with Bopper on the mic. So thank you very much, Robert. And as Jimmy Pride takes up the bowling, Luke.
Yeah, he definitely is the new voice of the TDCA, Robert Pride, and what a shame he didn't do the mic drop today after yesterday. Came up here, had his own little sign-off, and if he's going to have his own little signature sign-off, he's got to run with it 2 days in a row. Big change of bowler here, the right-hander to the 2 left-handers, I reckon is a critical move here. The off-spin of James Pride. Loves a grand final, loves a big moment. Patient bowler and just waits for mistakes. Always hits the same spot, makes batsmen play, wide outside off stumps, traditionally the way he goes, and then just makes people make mistakes. Keeps it pretty simple.
Yeah, he does, and I think just with his wide line at the moment, I think it's just going to be drag one back in, a little straight one to Sammy. Get him playing like that, get him pushing forward. It won't be long now if Sammy just shuts up shop that they'll probably bring one in on the offside as well to get under the eye line. But yeah, not long now till the tea break. Could be an interesting 10 minutes.
Now, I'm sure you probably gave a shout out before, but the man that uses the 4-pound bat, the big man at the moment, the X Factor in Mitch Harris, parents and grandparents both watching it from Melbourne, which is just sensational. There wouldn't be a surer thing than the grandparents with a big smile, probably having a cup of tea and a scone right now, or if looking at Big Mitchie, if there's anything to go by the heritage, they're all just out the back cutting down trees. whittling them down into a 4-pound bat.
I've been told that his bat was confiscated off a big bust that he had. They were tying people to him and throwing them in the bay when he decided to use it as a cricket stick. So, it's just a little bit of an underbelly reference there, Luke. That's okay. As Lee Stockdale continues, the runs have been flowing a little bit, you could say. And there's Al Jenkin. He always looks a candidate just to go out every ball, but then all of a sudden he's on 20 or 30 and you go, how does he get away with it? It's a little bit of baby giraffe about the way he bats, with the awkwardness and just the reach that he's got. But, geez, he's made some runs over the years.
Yeah, when the big long levers bat long enough and he gets to 30, 40, he looks, you're in for a big day chasing leather. He's been a really good batsman over a period of time in the TDCA. Child superstar. Went off the boil a little bit for a period of time, and he's come back with vengeance over the last couple of years to be a really good cricketer for the Glengarry Cricket Club. Previous captain stepped aside when, of course, big Nat Freitag played. At the start of this year, didn't even know if he was going to be whacked it. Standing sweep shot goes out to the... So, sensational fielding by Dyke. Normally got a lid on underneath, but he's out on the fence, and the sweeper has just ran 40 metres to pick that up. It looked like 4 off the bat. Great fielding.
Looked like Johnny Platten running around out there. He's
the rat.
The rat.
But a bit of a standing sweep shot there, wasn't it? That was a very unusual sort of leg glance.
Paddle pull, perhaps.
Tries it again, almost squares up. I think you should put that shot away. Lee's very happy for you to play that shot. There's more. The reward is very low for the risk. Scoreboard ticks along. 169 is the score they need. None for 19. Really good little start here. Good start by Glengarry.
Yeah, brilliant. Like we were saying before, that first over of Harris, he was swinging it back into the lefty and over the wicket. I don't think it suited him. You're only going to get a couple of overs. If you don't get it right, Stocky's going to rip you off. And
lucky.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good spot there. Just that drift that he gets is, a really good bowler, Jim. A really aggressive spin bowler.
And he's one man that does not, he's not a shrinking violet with a crowd. The bigger the crowd, the bigger the moment for the young man in Jim Pride. And his record in March is phenomenal, really is. Whether it's been bat as a younger fella, then with the ball, and then of course takes it to another level with a 6-for in the GCL Grand Final. Amazing efforts. And what I loved about it when he won the Man of the Match in the GCL Grand Final this year, very Richmond-ish, took the Man of the Match medal off and stuck it in his pocket, refused to wear the two clinkers, and because it's a team game. And 5 years ago he would have won and bought himself a third medal because he was so good. So you can tell the maturity of the kid. He's grown up and he's become better. And it's all about the team and winning, which makes him a phenomenal cricketer. Mark's doing a really good job here. Oh, drops it down. Risky little shot.
I think that's the one that he'd be wanting him to do. Just that little Sam Mark shuffle that he does and plays it down. He's played it down pretty comfortably, but just because there is someone under the lid, it creates that that little bit of pressure.
Yep, no doubt about it.
Moves up very quick and just
walks off. You do not, regardless of what happens, you never appeal on the 6th ball of an over with Boozer. He walks off with the bowler. He wants to get to his square leg position quick sticks. Thus far, pretty uneventful. Not too much happening for ex-students. If anything, a little bit sloppy, which is very unlike them. Glengarry looking comfortable. But we know the tide will turn. We know the momentum swings and flows, ebbs and flows. And Lee with the ball in his hand. It's 1 wicket, turns 2 wickets, 3 wickets at ex-students. That's how they've always played. They just stay in the game for as long as they can. And they'll fight to the end regardless of what happens. midfielders now holding on to it.
Yeah. No, very good all round here. And the crowd is building. There is a bit of standing room around us, so don't be shy if you want to come over, have a 5-10 minute talk with myself or Luke. I'm going to have to evacuate the box at some point to go and see the C graders and the B graders as well. So we're always looking for more people to jump in and be a part of this special TDCA broadcast.
And I promised Ben Marks a little bit earlier, but unfortunately the captains just said, nah, we're going to sit together as a team and so forth, which that's fair enough. The commentary box is probably just a little bit far away for players to be accessible like in the past. But we really thank all the insights and so forth that they've all given. Oh, one hand, one bounce, well played by Jenkin. Stocky with that little slider that just slides on into the pads. Didn't have too many issues in the end with it. Beautiful shot by Jenkin. And David Brand tuning in from the Gold Coast. So we've got WA yesterday, the Gold Coast today. The target, he wants to know what the target is 161's the target. 161 to win. And thus far, none for 19. Glengarry looking comfortable.
Is he in lockdown up at the Gold Coast at the moment?
Oh, what a sad world we're living in at the moment. Could be in lockdown, and what a better way to spend lockdown watching the TDCA live stream.
We'll just go around the grounds. We'll do the old school. We don't have the right on the tip of my tongue music playing, but we'll go around the grounds now as Sam Marks just bunts one back down the wicket. In the C's, ex-students, a 6 for 118. There's 5 overs to go there. Hennessy's on 31. He looks like the man who's going to steer the ship home. We said 150 will probably be a good score there, but there's some firepower that Imperials possess. In the B grade, it is 8 for 112. Duncan's still in, 7 off 95. Zach Baston fighting hard. 15 balls faced for no score yet. 112. They're going to need to get to that 130, 140. Very similar to here. So who's going to be the hero for them? We don't know. But Yarram just seemed to be bowling incredibly tight and really well at the moment.
Of course, ex-students finished on top there, so Yarram will have to get the runs to win the game. Ex-students can play a draw for the win. I don't think a draw with the scoreline is going to be on the cards. The firepower of Yarram with Rash and Swift and so forth. But that being said, ex-students 1 or 2 quick wickets there, and they will win their 9th grand final in a row. 9 grand finals in a row in B grade cricket. Absolutely amazing. Pride to continue. Drifts one up a little bit quicker there, and Mark's up to the task.
If I was Sammy now, I'd just be slowing it down, trying to make sure that this is the last one before the break.
Yeah, definitely don't want 2. They don't want another one from Stockdale because there'll be 6 around the bat. 6 balls before tea with Lee bowling. A little half shout there. Was going well down leg. Maybe it was the catch that they were hoping. And they will... Yep, Boozer again already at... He's already at... of course, 100 overs being played today. So, ex-students, how many did they face today, Nick? Nah. 74 overs there is to play today. So, 74 overs for Glengarry to make 161. There's that little ball that Stocky bowls really, really well.
There's that nonchalant Al Jenkin. What are you carrying on about? I've got this covered, boys. I'm not going to go out. That's what he's saying.
Digs a full ball back to the bowler. None for 19, 161 the target. Big game down here at Duncan Cameron. If you're anywhere around Traralgon, make sure you come down here and watch Gippsland's best cricketers take it on. It's Stockdale v Freitag. Beautiful shot by Jenkin though. Goes out to square leg. The Rat picks the ball up, throws it into the keeper. Great running for 2. And Al had to get the scooter boots on a bit quicker there when Dykes picked it up in a good throw.
There's that paddle pull again, I suppose, the back foot sweep. But he's looks like he's not going to stop playing it, and it's working for him so far. Dykey covers some brilliant ground out there, though.
Is he as good as your mate from Glengarry?
Oh, time will tell. He's going to get a chance. Oh, he doesn't.
What I like about him is we've got a great view here from where we're watching. The square leg picks that up, but Dyke was already running, so he's got anticipation out in the outfield. A lot of outfielders don't have that anticipation. He knows that if it gets past him, he's got to stop it. So it's great to watch a fielder engaged in his moment. Is there a big moment left? 3 balls to go.
Well, this is when we hope that we've got it right, and it's a 1 o'clock tea break.
We're calling it. Bat pad comes in.
Oh, this is some little ploy here from Lee. Just stop it. Just hold it up.
Left arm round the wicket. Brings in the leg slip. Wants the paddle to be played. Can he straighten one up and go for that LB? Is there one big moment just before the break?
2 balls to go. The tension is building.
2 balls to go. Big build up. Stockdale floats one up. Oh, nearly gets through him with the Yorker.
And there was 1 ball to go.
And we've had a really good little session there. We've miscounted the last 6 balls, and it is the lunch break. So in the lunch break, we can hear it here firsthand. Glengarry sent ex-students into bat yesterday at being after 2 quick wickets this morning of Batista and Warren being going out. 9 for 108. All of a sudden, the big man that had to fight through protesters to find his piece of timber, the big 4-pound bat in Mitch Harris, quick sticks 40 odd this morning, gets the score up to 160. A great ally and a mate in Andy Matthews at the other end with a 15 or so there. And then now what we have is Glengarry on none for 21. 161's the target. We'll take the 30-minute lunch break. We'll be coming back shortly. But Nick, just before we sign off before the lunch break, who wins it?
No idea. I'm going to sit on the fence. I think there's going to be so many twists and turns for this game to go. Glengarry's done what they needed to do. Tick, yes, they've got through unscathed for this little session, but ex-students now come out fired up. 140 still to get, which is a million miles away for me, and and it looks like there's some pretty threatening clouds. Hopefully not coming our way. Hopefully heading out to Traralgon South a little bit more, but who knows? That might be another twist in the tail as well.
Fantastic. You ask a straight question, you get a long-winded, nothing answer. Nick Scammell's got no idea what who's going to win this game. Right now, I'm saying it's Glengarry in the box seat, but we know the might of ex-students will fight to the very end. Another 140 to get, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Big start, half an appeal, given not out. Square leg umpire says it carries. Umpire says it hasn't been hit. Big moment today, second ball after tee. Pride not happy with that. We talked about needing a big moment just before the break, and the big moments arrived straight afterwards. Given not out. Square leg umpire says it carries, so it definitely hasn't come off the bat through umpire Boozer. And Sam Marks will start again, take his deep breath. Big moment, big decision. Love the confidence of an umpire just to say not out. Didn't get talked into it. Oh, and that slide one comes through. I apologise for being a little bit late as Glenn coming back out of the break as Glengarry chasing 161, sitting at none for 21. But the reason why I was late, I had to get a guest speaker, and I really thank the wicketkeeper extraordinaire in Ben Blender Marks. Welcome, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Hen. Game's right in the balance now. The heart rate's going pretty flat out, which is probably not a bad thing. It's right in the balance, and we just need to consolidate here and hopefully get another 20, 30, 40 runs before losing a wicket and really take control of this game.
Yeah, no doubt. At the start of the day yesterday, really tough conditions, rain early and so forth. The coin landed in your favour, and your captain had another little half chance there, given not out again. That one looked a little bit more pad. And the toss landed your way. Natty said have a bat, ex-students, and you guys went about it. It's having them 9 for 108. You would have been really happy with that. A pretty big last partnership. They batted really well, but still 160 on the board chasing in a grand final. You'd take that every day of the week.
Yeah, look, they batted really well, to be fair, for that 10th wicket. We threw everything at them, and Mitchie Harris batted extremely well, and Panda played a really good support role. But at the end of the day, 160 runs, 76 overs to get them. We don't get it. We don't deserve to win. So you take 160 in a grand final any day of the week, mate. So we're backing ourselves. We're backing our processes, and hopefully, we can get it done, because this one will taste very good if we can get there.
It's interesting you talk about processes and so forth, and we've made comment over the last couple of days that you've almost been un-Glengarry-like in terms of in the field. Nice shot by Jenkins, can't quite score. Un-Glengarry-like, where you seem to play within yourselves, the banter and the carry-on and so forth seem to control, and I'm being respectful when I say this, but it was like you just wanted to go through each moment and not miss it, and not allow any distractions or anything from being successful. I thought it was a really good steely job from a side that looks like they're well captained and the team's buying in.
Yeah, I think looks can be deceiving, mate. There was definitely still some banter out there. Whether people can see it or not, there was definitely a few exchanged words, but we're very well captained. That's obviously a superstar cricketer, and it's obviously a pleasure to have him part of our club. He's taught us a lot in the only last 6 months of playing cricket, and fantastic news to have him signed on for next year already, locked in. We're learning a lot, whether we're in our 30s or young kids or still in your 20s. You can always learn something to cricket, and he's teaching us all a lot. But as far as we go, we're still aggressive. I think you won't win a flag if you're not aggressive. But very confident at this stage anyway.
Yeah. And you talk about almost a rebuild of your list. You've got some blokes that have been around quite a while, but some new guys coming into the side. But also, let's not forget at the start of the year, a little bit of unknown in terms of, what was Nat going to be able to bowl? Was he not going to be able to bowl? Alf Jenkins living in Melbourne, could he play, not play? The COVID and all those types of things. And you seem to start the season slow, but as the year's gone on, you've just got better and better and better. And, you're right here now in the box seat. So it's a real credit to yourselves. Just talk about some of the people around the club at Glengarry that have really helped, you guys get to where you're at the moment.
Yeah, obviously our president, Steve Henry, has done a mountain of work over the last few years especially, and doing a lot of work behind the scenes, which good presidents do, I guess, and he's really put some really good, strong things in place around the club. And being a bloke that's been there my whole life, I've noticed a lot of differences in the last probably 3 or 4 years especially. We're all working in. We all work together to not just try and get success on the field, but off it as well. We all work for fundraising and stuff like that, and I mean, you know, to get a bloke of Nat's calibre interested in coming to our club, we've got to be doing something right off the field. So, yeah, big credit to Steve. He's done a lot of work for us. And, yeah, from our lowest worker around the club to our highest, we're all in one group. And we're just really enjoying it at the moment, to be fair.
As pride continues, good feat by Sam, and pride throws it back in, sends Sam back home. This year you had a really good crack at GCL and representative cricket, and you got the ultimate reward and the premiership, a TDCA premiership. And you and I had a good chat pretty late at night, and I know how much it meant to you. But really, that's one of the things that's really changing around the league at the moment, is that the best players like yourself are wanting to play GCL, wanting to represent, and are really proud of the maroon and white. And it's been a real credit to the workers that have done it, but to blokes like yourself that generate enthusiasm. You really enjoyed your GCL season.
Yeah, I did, Hen. Yeah, I told myself I'll give it a crack if selected this year. While selected, I've got no idea. I think I had about an average of 15 with the bat, 100 runs or something like that. But, yeah, Stocky kept believing in me. And to take the gloves to some of the bowlers around our league that you don't normally get to is, you know, a thrill within itself. But, yeah, I really wanted to give it one last crack. You know, there's a lot of good kids coming through the league at the moment. And I think it's almost their time to step up, to be fair, but absolutely loved it. It's something that I now regret not doing over the past probably 10 years, giving it a real hot crack, but I got no regrets after this year. That conversation we had late in the night, I got no recollection of that at all, mate, but yeah.
And to be fair, I'm not even sure if we did, but it's a good story to tell. Sam Marks to continue. And plays that one with a lot of confidence. I actually said yesterday that Sam Marks was going to be he was my X factor for you guys, in terms of people can talk about Jenkin and Frank and obviously Natty Freitag with the bat and yourself, who are scorers, but you need someone down the other end who can just block and play some time, and he still scores himself, but he bats long periods of time and probably give some confidence to the next batsman coming in that they don't have to get ready straight away. He's been around a while, but him coming back into the side and with some form, you know, you must be really happy with that.
Yeah, obviously he's my older brother, so I don't want to piss in his pocket too much, but he's definitely one that puts a very high value on his wicket. He's totally different to me and Frank as batsmen. He values his wicket. He's very hard to get out. He struggles to score at some stages, but he's just our rock, and he has been now for well over a decade. He does all the hard work at the top of the order. I think his stats prove that over the last 5 to 6 years especially, that he's a very hard bat to get out. He frustrates opposition. He plays and misses a fair bit and has a bit of luck there, but he's just a nugget of a bat. He just does not want to get out, and if you know, obviously opposition get him out, he wants to be going out to only good balls. He's very, very, very big for our structure and our batting lineup.
And Jenkin looking really solid. So you get 160 on the board. You have 40 minutes to navigate just before the next break. If you're 2 down, 3 down, all of a sudden ex-students probably feel like the game's swinging back their way. But both Jenkin and Sam Marks did a really good job. There's that little paddle that Jenks plays really well. This is going to take some catching. Dyke's the best at going around. He can't get there, and he sweeps it away for 4. And all of a sudden, if you're 3 down at the tea break, everyone's a little bit nervous, but these two just did a great job. Some of your sponsors around the club, mate, I know yesterday there was the Doc and Perksy out at the Glen Pub, obviously one of your good sponsors, watching it on the live stream. Mad Monday out there tomorrow?
Yeah, look, I don't think we've got any of them planned wherever the beers take us. I mean, obviously, probably not as good if, you know, the result doesn't go our way today, but fingers crossed we get the win and just let the beers take us wherever it does. But yeah, we'll definitely be making an appearance at the Glen Pub. They've been backing us now, Barnes and the boys and the crew for, you know, the last couple of years, and it's very good to have such a very good local pub. That's a great shot by Al, another couple. Yeah, sponsoring us and believing in us as cricketers. We're a small town, so we take obviously our sponsorship very seriously, and they've jumped on board and really gave us a lot, really. So
lovely, and so thankful for Ben and the players to just give us an insight. We know how much they're really buying into the live stream and having their opportunity to do so. We wish them all the very best, and Ben, on behalf of the TDCA and the community out there, thanks for making the time to come over and talk to us, and good luck for the rest of the game, mate.
Thanks, Hendo. Appreciate it, mate.
Cheers, Blender. Yeah. Oh, little half chance, big hit. And as Blender walks out of the box pretty happy, he understands the value of that shot, and it's another 4 to Jenkins. And it looks like at the moment Jenkins is pretty happy to want to up the scoring a little bit. Anything on those pads, he's going to go out there and try and score off. Nice shot through the covers now. Now he drives. Ball goes again. It's a fantastic shot. Big cover drive. And at the end of the over, none for 33. A great over there for Glengarry. Hal Jenkins just really stepping up now. And I'm joined in the box by another guest, one of the juniors, the man who's written more posts and messages on the YouTube channel, but it is my son. Welcome back to the commentary box, Mace.
Hello. I really think that Glengarry have had a real go at it. Some chances that ex-students have had drop catches, a drop catch, which they should have gone, and that would have helped the ex-students a lot, because once they get a wicket, they are on fire.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You've watched a lot of cricket, Mace, over the years, and you can tell that when ex-students get a wicket, they go bang, 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 don't they, mate? And you've just got that same feeling now that they need a wicket. Anything hitting pads, there's little half appeals and half shouts. And I think Pride's really trying to set marks up. He's trying to hone in on those pads. Pulls out, check shot, chalk it up. None for 33. Marks on 14. Jenkins a big over last over, moves to 16. None for 33. And he blocks that one without too many difficulties. Big swat, tries to get the ball moving, straight to Warren. Warren throws it on the bounce in. Looks like Warren's starting to warm up at the moment, so might be coming on in the next over. Bowl some leg spin. Mace, your favourite type of bowler? What is it?
Real fast bowlers. That bowl on the stunts, because I feel like the batsmen, they always get a bit worried when a big fast bowler comes through. But with ex-students, they have lots of good spinners, which will confuse Glengarry, especially Warren, and especially I've seen him in GCL matches spinning them a lot.
Yeah, he definitely does spin him. A beautiful shot there off the back foot, plays it through cover, and Marks gets another 2. And again, the ball gets thrown around, no overthrows. And we'll give some around the grounds in the B grade game. Ex-students are all out for 113, and Yarram a none for 5 in reply. So 113, a low score in the grand final for the mighty ex-students, going for their 9th premiership in a row. Yarram thus far none for 5. And we have a bowling change back here now with Michael Warren coming on. You talked about Michael Warren being a good spinner and spinning in the GCL, Mace, and now he's on. So you read the tea leaves well, mate, and you picked it. Well done. Nice shot by Jenkins. Well fielded by cover.
I really think that today might be ex-students' day to not win all 3 across, because they've been having a bit trouble. It is a low 161 for them, and they haven't gotten a wicket yet, which is really surprising from them. And a low score from the B grade, they won't be too happy about that.
Yeah, very good insight there from you, mate. You've done a sensational job for the last 5 minutes. Thank you. You've really loved your cricket. You've been writing messages all morning today and yesterday as well. So thank you for coming to the box and helping Dad out for a period of time. Looking for some money to buy something to eat, are you? So it's really good. Lovely shot by Jenkin again. Goes out to the leg side. Picked up by Dyke. Comes back for 2. A big throw will make it tough. Oh, and if he hit, it was going to be there. But he gets home safely for another 2. Warren to continue. And just chops that one down. And in the C-grade game, ex-students all out for 150. Top score was the Doc Hennessy with 56 off 60. Swashbuckling score there. Nick O'Brien 22 and 150 with Imperials now chasing 150 for victory. So after the change of the other end, Pride will continue here. We talked about this year with Pride, the big game play, 6 for in a GCL grand final. An amazing effort in a 6 for in a GCL premiership, mind you. And that one there, just Marks puts his hands up and leaves it. 103 overs this year, 21 wickets with a bowling average of 16, economy rate of 3.42. It's a sensational year, and the league's leading wicket taker in Lee Stockdale, 143 overs, 7 for 54 was his best, 30 wickets, an average of 10. Big shot by Marks, drives, taps down for 1. They'll be pretty content with the 1. Score moves on to 40. It's great to see the feedback from Matty Lowe, who thinks it's a great game of cricket. Sitting back watching it. Love to know where you're watching from there, Matthew Lowe. And I'm glad the TDCA can bring you this. What a fantastic game. 161 Glengarry chasing, none for 40. Great start. Jenkin and Marks starting really well. Jenks on 20, Marks on 17. Ex-students needs the moment. Little dead bat shot, just bunts it down to the slip, and Pride gets through the over. Michael Warren, the big leg spinner. Gets up and over, rips one down. Well played by Marks, just bunts it out to cover. Nice cover driven by Marks. Got through cover. Well fielded by McMahon. And this time he gets the ball back into the bowler with a bit more confidence. Marks misses the full ball. You can see Warren here wanting to be wide outside off stump, trying to entice the drive, trying to get him caught at cover, extra point. A little bit shorter. Marks misses out on, but definitely the leg spinner to the right hand is going to be wide outside off stump. Wants him to try and spoon one to cover. Often drives in the air. Testing his patience. That one a bit fuller, a bit straighter. And blocks that one again without too many issues. Plays out the maiden. And Pridewell continues, the man who's done it himself on so many occasions, wants that one wicket. They get one, they get two, they get three. Really looking forward to seeing what happens here. We know the Sharks will swarm if they can get that first wicket. They need that wicket. Pushed out to mid-wicket, takes him on, throw in by Matthews. The umpire goes down. Everyone's ducking for cover, and Jenkins gets the one. As the crowd comes alive, the frothies are kicking in. The umpire getting some feedback about ducking for cover. Goes short. Marks doesn't capitalise on it. Bunts it back down to bat pad. Big shot by Marks, goes through the covers, and it's a 4 runs. Runs starting to come with ease. Sucks him out of the crease, blocks it without any difficulties. None for 45. Marks on 21, Jenkins 21, target 161. Glengarry sitting in the box seat now. Ex-students needing that next wicket, needing that first wicket. Leaves a shorter pitch ball, lets it go through. And Matthew Lowe at Hampton Park, good to see that you're still tuning in. Watching your beloved TDCA Cricket Grand Finals. The Workforce XS TDCA A-grade Grand Final. Glengarry none for 45. Chasing 161. Warren to continue bowling his third over. Will Stockdale look for one more change? Look for a change. Look for the wicket. Chase the wicket. Hunt the wicket. Warren pitches up to Jenkins. And there's the one we've been talking about. Spoons it to mid-on. Warren the destroyer. Here comes the first wicket. And ex-students know that they're back in this ball game. The big wicket by Big wicket by Warren, brought on to do it in his third over. First ball chips it straight back to Andy Matthews, who was a big part of the last partnership, 10th wicket partnership. Warren the destroyer. Warren gets that breakthrough. Jenkins comes in. Jenkins goes out, and in comes the man of the moment, the captain of Glengarry, the man who took 6 wickets in the first innings, the destroyer, the superstar himself in Nathan Freitag. Class batsman, been there and done that. A lot of district experience, big scores in big games of cricket. Big moment by ex-students. Warren on top. 1 wicket, can it be 2? And Freitag bunts that back down. All of a sudden the chirp and the enjoyment and the engagement of the fielders at ex-students have returned. Doesn't miss out on it. Down leg side. Goes out to fine leg. And Freitag comes back for 2. A player of that ilk will not miss out on those types of balls. And as he hits it down, there was a sensational shot by Freitag to get off the mark. Full toss outside off stump. Freitag's not going to get his eye in. He's going to hit them for 4 every day of the week. And it's 4 runs. Moves to 6, quick sticks. A beautiful shot by a class batsman. Just stands and blocks that one down. Warren back to that length and line where he needs to be. $110 to win. Big moment. We got the wicket. Warren gets the breakthrough. Jenkins leaves for a well-scored 21. Weathered the little storm before the period. Couldn't go on with it. Freitag comes to the crease. And he's looking like he wants to be busy. At the end of the over, 1 for 51. Pride to continue. Marks looks solid for 21. Survived a couple of little bat pad chances. One that looked, the ex-students boys looked disappointed. The second one, they didn't. Squirts it out to fine leg and Warren picks it up. Leaves that one alone. He's been very patient, Marks. Only playing at the balls he has to. Jim knows that's the ball he wanted to bowl, hoping to draw him in to play a bigger shot. Freitag looks like he's a bit tight in the calf. Bowled 23 overs. He wouldn't have bowled 23 overs for a while. Bit stiff. Marks tries to come forward. Pride pushes him back. At the end of the day, it just wraps him up on the pads and dot ball. Pride again, a little bit straighter. Marks just bunts it out to mid-wicket. We've got Pat on the offside. Slip. Square leg, outrider, mid-wicket, mid-on. Looks like Pride's just going to go a little bit faster and flatter and into the pads here to Marks. He was a little bit wide outside off stump over the last couple of overs, and he might just be changing that plan to bowl a bit straighter, a bit quicker, and see if he can get some purchase out of the pitch. Hopefully get Marks trying to play a shot to the leg side, get the leading edge, and bring the fielders into play. $74 overs to be played today. I don't think that's going to matter at all with the target of 110 to get. Of course, it's 100 overs in TDCA Grand Final on each day. 54 played yesterday, 100 today. Rain affected. Nice shot by Freitag, but misses out on the full toss. And fielded by McMahon. Class batsmen don't miss out on that one. Another full toss, and it gets hit for 4 without too much difficulty. Freitag races to 10. Misses out on another one. Playing the big shot. Looks to be pushing them through at the moment. Might want to just hold them up a little bit more. Let Freitag think about it. Slow it down, a bit more flight. Just like that one. Beautiful bowling. Oh, misfield straight through him. Goes out for another boundary. And Freitag's not mucking around at all. Moves to 14. 3 boundaries, 3 fours. He's hit him on the onside and he's hit him on the offside. Scoring with some freedom at the moment. 1 for 59. Glengarry take the deep breath after the last wicket. Freitag moves to 14 off 10 balls, and Sam Marks 21 off 79 balls, playing the anchor role. Strike rate of 26. Really being content to just bat some time here. He'll bat around the free-flowing scorers. Obviously, Freitag now. His brother Frank Marks will come in. Ben Marks will come in. Paul Henry. All people that traditionally score a lot quicker, and Marks' role will be to bat around them. Pride, who's been going into the pads a little bit more, gets the sweep spot. Well fielded at bat backward square leg by Warne. Saves a certain boundary. Pride gets away with one. A progressive shot by Marks, but extremely well fielded by Warne. Tossed it up, a little bit more drift, a little more flight, and Marks just squeezes that one out. I think that's the key right now. Flight him up, see if he can bring slip into play. As Pride does his own fielding, throws it into the keeper, gets his hat back. 21 overs been played. So, bowling change has been made with Warren getting the breakthrough early, but Freitag just getting on top of him. The leg spin to the left hand is never a favourable thing in cricket, but Matthews comes back on. The evergreen Matthews will just bang it just short of a length, try and hit some seam, try and get Freitag nicking, maybe driving on the up. And we know Stockdale will continue to ring the changes around bringing ex-students as much into the game as they can. And Dyke comes up from his sweeper role and gets back into the action. Traditional field, one slip, ring, saving runs, trying to find the wicket, but definitely don't want runs to be leaking now. Matthews, the evergreen fast bowler, he's found a yard again after a few years of slowing down. He's gone back to being a genuine fast bowler. We'll bang it into the seam, we'll find the seam, trying to find something out of this pitch. Can he do something for his team? Bangs it in, and Freitag just blocks it back. What a champion Matthews has been. Panda, as he's known by everyone. 15 years plus in the TDCA, captained ex-students, many wickets. And over the years we've talked about Brady, Barber, Voss as three of the best fast bowlers in the TDCA. Matthews is right up there. Wickets every year, 40, close to 40, always pushing 20 wickets a year, 25 wickets a year. Does his job, bowls the early overs, gets 1 or 2 wickets, comes on and the spinners come on. He was a genuine fast tearaway bowler when he first came on the TDCA. Now a wily old veteran with a lot more tricks. And as you can see there, he gets Freitag hopping around, but definitely right up there. The combination of Voss and Matthews, we talk about it, Gormandale, Brady and Barber, their record speaks for itself, but Voss and Matthews has just been sensational. Of course, with Voss having going into retirement this year, and Matthews has got his good mate in Harris. Fast bowlers, they are a cartel. They do work together. One needs two to be really effective, and Matthews and Voss has been superstars for the Sharks over many, many years. Doing everything he can to get his side back into this game. Hits the spot, hasn't bowled a bad ball yet. Slips and keeper know they have to be on. They're a chance for everything. Warren and Gilmore discussing, looking for the hope, looking for some chances. Students need that wicket. They need back-to-back wickets. Oh! Up over the top, hands on the heads, a sensational effort from cover. It's exactly what we said we're trying to get, but Freitag smacks that one and moves the score to 63. Just out of reach. Big drive on the up. It's what they were hoping for. And Batista just couldn't quite get it. As you look around the grounds, a few people starting to look up to see if there is a spit or two starting to come. Let's hope we don't get any rain today. We don't want the game to be affected by rain. A little bit of a surprise coming back into the box. Nick Scammell. Been around the grounds. Marks gets dragged out by Pride and blocks that one with some comfort. And back into the box, bit of a surprise here, Nick. And what was going on down at the rec reserve?
Oh, heaps. Yarram just lost another wicket there, 2 for 20, chasing 113. And Imps have started out well, batting, chasing down about 150 odds. So there's a bit going on. I have a feeling that all the games are going to finish at about the same time, so it might be a little bit stretched, but it's looking pretty good for some thrilling finishes around all three grounds. So I'm really rapt that there's been some really competitive cricket played. Imperials, we've got a score update now. 1 for 14, chasing 150. Azza Edwards is the batsman out there. And in the Bs, Yarram 2 for 29, chasing 113. The big wicket of Lush is out, with Askew and Swift at the crease at the moment.
And a beautiful shot there by Marks. Moves his score to 25. And his cover driving has just been a treat today. Well fielded, nice shot. And of course I said it was Marks, but it was obviously Freitag. So I'm going well here, aren't I? That's what happens when you're trying to do too many things at once. And as I balance the books, everything's up to scratch now. So Warren came on to the left-handers. Big Al just chipped one to mid-wicket, to mid-on. Matthews takes the change, but then Freitag walks out, takes 6 off the rest of that over, and just hit any loose ball to the boundary. So bowling changes comes. Matthews comes back on the big cover drive just over the top of Batista, and you just really start to get a sense, the lull in the atmosphere and the crowd and everything. People know that they want 2 or 3 quick wickets to bring the game back. Back alive.
Well, it's tense. It's tense everywhere. There was a real good feeling down at the Rec as well of just, good games for everyone to watch, and it's amazing to be able to switch between the two. It's only and I don't think that was a chance, but it's good to be able to just switch between the 3 grades and jump between, because they're all going to be thrilling finishes. It was good to be on the live stream as well while I was down at the other grounds, and that's why I've had to come back. It was just getting too exciting. I wanted to be here.
Matthews to continue, bangs it, hits that same spot. Beautiful shot down on one leg. Cover drive extraordinaire. And it's another boundary. Shackles is just starting to be released. Glorious shot by Marks. This time I get it right. Glorious shot by Marks. And any interesting stories or anything around in the B grade games, or is it all just status quo?
Haven't heard anything too controversial or anything like that. I think it's just a tight game, and tensions are pretty high there, as you could imagine. Yarram's turned out, and they've been able to bring the bullock wagons over for the day and park them up. Oh, there's my first little jab at Yarram for the year, but it's been fantastic. Again, I can't get over the hype and the anticipation around it at the Rec. But again, as you're driving into Duncan Cameron, the hill leading up to the ground is completely chock full of cars. And another shot. Wow. Shot. Sam Marks. What a shot. He's looked good for ball 1. Absolutely. Just, he's coming off a duck in the semi when things were a little bit hard. The rain is now falling a little bit heavier. A few little spits here. We might just have to move everything back a touch. But, we might see a little bit more here at play with the rain coming over, potentially a loss of time. I don't think there's too much on the radar, so the umpires won't be scared off by anything, Luke, but it just adds all to the occasion, doesn't it?
Does it ever? Well, I've just been a little bit distracted for the last 5 minutes because I'm getting text messages left, right and centre, Nick. It is bucketing down in Mid-Valley and people are very nervous that the rain is on its way. And by the way Sam Marks has moved into beast mode, it seems to me that they think the same thing and they want to get this score quick. Sticks. And this is what I love about the live stream. We've got a tip coming in. So those that love to punt and waste their money, like myself and Nick, make sure you get on sale. Race 8, number 6. So there's a tip coming in from Johnny Wers at one of the really good umpires in the Latrobe Valley over many years. And now president, I think, of one of the cricket clubs over there. Is that right? Yallourn North? Yep. And sending in race tips. And from all reports, Worsey's just this week been in production trying to do a Tommy Waterhouse little ad and have the girls and so forth in the jet boats and so forth. So Worsey surrounded by some beautiful ladies would be a sight to see. Production's taken a little bit longer than they would have liked to make it look half reasonable. Yeah, you just feel right now that people are starting to... Glengarry are starting to feel like they're in control here, don't they? They're freeing themselves up, and that's what happens when a class bat like Freitag walks out. People bat with that little bit more confidence. And Marks has been doing a sensational job, but Freitag punches back off the back foot, and he's not going to go. He's not going to let the short ball get away unpunished, and he hits another 2.
Yeah, amazing shot. You don't see too many shots like that, and that's the Premier Cricket difference, I suppose. And yeah, amazing cricketer, just a good player, unbelievable.
Great shot. Use his feet off the back foot, punches out through cover, and as a bowler, you think, what do I have to do now? And you see there he pushes forward, realises he's not going to get to the length of the ball, and he can quickly come back again, uses both front and back feet, and looks very much in control here. 6 wickets and moves his score to 20. If Glengarry do get up, I think there's no doubt he'll be wearing double necklaces. But is there another big moment for ex-students? Is there one big moment that turns this game on its head? This is a club that is just known for swinging back momentum just when you think you can ride them off. They seem to come back into a 1 wicket gets 2. I've said this before, but we know the Sharks will swarm. As soon as there's that next wicket, they'll swarm people around the bat. And you just feel now that Marks is starting to play some shots. It might also open up an opportunity to snick off or get a wicket, and they'll be pretty happy with that. The rain just starting to pick up a little bit more. I've got a very nervous secretary next to me. Of course, he made the controversial decision to not take it to a vote this year and have a reserve day. I'm only joking. We know the delegates of the TDCA made that. And but of course, we're very thankful that decision was made, because what it's meant, though, we've played a full season of cricket, both home and away, 1 day and 2 days, unlike some of the other associations that, let's be honest, probably took an easy option to not do that. You decided, Nick, single-handedly to keep it running, and we're very thankful that we've played a full season of cricket, albeit you can't help weather on any given day.
Yes, thank you, Luke. Look, the Cricket Victoria, they sent out recommendations about at the start of the year, about things like 1 days and that type of stuff, and we didn't really want to just be pigeonholed to that. We wanted to make sure that we were playing as much cricket as possible, and there was an overwhelming desire for 2-day cricket to be played, and that's what we base our best cricket on. So I think that the theatre of the grand final has been helped by a bit of the weather, unfortunately, by missing a few overs here and there, but it's just added to it. And 2 days of cricket in a grand final is something special, and that's what you want.
Another cover drive by Marks. He's really starting to step up now, and that timing of the ball is really starting to become for attrition. Big Mitchie Harris, the man that uses the 4-pound bat, comes round the wicket, bangs it in to Freitag, goes right up, big hope for a shout, given not out, and Mark survives another opportunity. And again, Baker moves that right leg, which suggests it was going to be not out. You can just tell as soon as that right leg, you can see the lean right now that he's on. As soon as it points in, he's not giving it out.
He doesn't get caught on the crease too much, Marks. He either gets forward or the ones that he does, hit out to a square leg or to a flying leg, he covers off pretty well, and he almost manoeuvres his body so he doesn't fall over or anything like that. It is quite hard to get him out LB. I've always felt that he's probably best to try and snick him off and get him doing that. But geez, he's left it well today, and I think there's been a little bit of a Steve Smith influence in the way he's left it today as well. There's just a little bit of mustard added to the end, a little flick or something like that.
I can never remember Marks having that mustard when he left the ball. So since he's returned to cricket, he's definitely been shadow batting at home and got the bigger house now. So maybe the corridors are a bit wider for him to practice. But he's starting to get some Sammy Marks quirks into that batting style. Good to see the umpires here, letting the game go on. It's not too wet at the moment. It's definitely play on material. Ex-students will be asking the question that it's getting wet, no doubt about it. But at this stage, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, Harris again just bangs the ball in. The big man that used the 4-pound bat got... What an innings it was. We just can't go past that. I actually went across in the lunch break, Nick, and he just gave me a little wink and a smile, and I think he likes the fact that he's using the heavy bat, and he said it's 4 pound 5, so the bat's getting bigger.
Growing. He's added to it. He's added another couple grips onto it or something. That's a good shot.
Shot by Marks. Fielded down at fine leg in Pride. Picks it up. Marks coming back. Could be trouble. The throw's not on money, and Marks comes back for 2. And Pride's pretty much bowled a long spell here without too many challenges. I think it will be a change of bowler. No, it won't be. He'll continue on. So Pride will do the donkey work, as they say in cricket. When the bloke just bowls from one end, they'll swing the changes from the other end. So Pride will keep it tight, and hopefully they'll attack, or they will be, hopefully for them, they'll attack and get the wickets from the other end. That being said, we know that when Pride gets one, he gets double wickets too. So, it's a real luxury to have a bowler that can just bowl unchanged for long spells, and you can attack from the other end.
He's only gone for 13 off his 12 today already, and 7 maidens in that. So he has bowled incredibly well. Definitely the pick of the bowlers for today. And they've been watching him very carefully, the Glengarry batsmen. So, geez, it's cold, Luke.
It's freezing. The funny thing about it, you just get a little, as the wind picks up that fire from Glengarry, you just feel it coming across. Yeah. And but can we go and get him to bring it a bit closer?
Oh, the Glengarry crowd is growing and growing around that fire.
Another back foot slap, and goes straight to point. And some of the highlights over the last couple of days, obviously the big fella that used the 4.5. Yeah. I think it was a 5 pound bat, actually. I think it's going to be easy. The 5 pound bat. The couple of big sixes off Freitag. But what was amazing, he gets hit for 14 off 1 over and still goes for less than 2 and over. 6 wickets as well. That's a phenomenal spell. I think the send off to Best yesterday just added a little bit of heat into the game, but nothing's really come to the point. And then the other one is the dead ball run out from Marks. Was the ball dead? This is... Umpire Baker gave it not out, but this is one of those moments where it's a bit like a Lindy Chamberlain, were you there moment. Was the ball dead? I can see a current affair doing something on it, and every cricket expert that's ever been around will have a different opinion on whether the ball was dead or not. In the end, the best thing was that Bakes wasn't watching. Missed stumping by Freitag, or could have bowled him, I think. It was probably closer. Big moment there, and it goes through for 2 byes. I think the keeper thought it was going to bowl him.
Yeah, he didn't really get to the pitch at all, did he? And he's just kind of tried to muscle one down towards us almost, and it's just done him all ends up. But a little bit of luck goes your way.
And, just short of a length, and hits that one back down. B grade update. Ex-Students 113, and in reply, Yarram, the new club into the TDCA, take it all by storm. 2 for 38. Rendell run out. Robinson to Brand for 13. Lush 7 off 17's out as well, and Askew and Swift are batting now with Askew on 12 not out. So 114 to win, 2 for 38. Looks like Yarram's in the box seat there. And in the C grade game, we have 1 for 50 Imperials with chasing 150 from Sharks. Aaron Edwards, who's been a very good Imperials lower order cricketer for many, many years. First man out, LBW for 13. And the Nightmare. I do like when I come up with one, Nick, a little self-chuckle. Yeah. But the Nightmare in Elm Street is not out on 10. And Josh Jennings, he wants to have a frothy real quick. Might have to work tomorrow. 25 off 13. He only goes about it one way. 1 for 50, chasing 150. Imperials in the box seat.
Striking at 190 at the moment, Geno.
Seeing him well, it's fair to say.
Very good.
If there's anyone in the crowd watching or nearby that's got 2 rather large pairs of pants that they could bring over for us, it'd be great.
A little blankie on the knee would be very nice right now. Ooh.
And Big Harris with the biggest shoulders, and in the TDCA just bangs another one in. Hits Marks. Marks doesn't rub it, and he looks like a man who, when he bowls, he could get a spell up and running and just rip the hearts out of a team, doesn't he? Looks like that's one of those guys. The eyes would start twirling, and he gets quicker and quicker as he gets better.
Absolutely.
Real competitor. Bangs that one in again. He's found a yard this over. Marks gets the leg by. Maybe he doesn't. Yeah, he does get the leg by, and gets through for 1. So Nick, if you ever wanted to cheat in cricket, do you know how to cheat as a scorer?
No, I don't, Luke. I don't know where you go with this.
Well, just for those playing at home that love to score, I was told many years ago by Barry Wrigglesworth that if you want to cheat in cricket, no one remembers a leg by. So just mark a couple of extra leg buys down. I'm not saying he did it. I'm just saying he worked out how to do it. So Barry Wrigglesworth, a fantastic Gippsland cricketer for many, many years, and of course father of Ian. Rightly himself a sensational cricketer for Bundalagua, and obviously the grandson of Jack and Tom as well, 2 other up-and-coming Gippsland superstar cricketers. And Purds, who's probably sitting at home watching, he always ordered the scorebooks when Barry was scoring just to make sure everything was above board.
Good shot.
Back foot crunch by Freitag. Races out for another boundary.
If you're going to do the pretend to throw and stare after they hit one back to you, you got to really bowl your stock ball the next ball, don't you? He hasn't gone up top to Natty Boy. I thought it would have been a little bit of a urinating war there, a urinating contest. But he hasn't dared to go up top, so, and rightfully so. One for 87, the Devils number, Luke. So
feet off the ground.
Those superstitious people out there.
Feet off the ground. Pride to continue. I think Nick's got a big update.
Well, it's 3 for 42 in the Bees. Yarram just wobbling a little bit here, and ex-students B grade have definitely not given up hope. They are in with a massive chance.
We've been talking about it for 2 days, but ex-students just keep willing themselves in all grades, don't they? Their C grade was, I'm not going to say lucky, but they fought to the end to win a semi-final, 9 down. And their B grade in last year's grand final looked all but lost until, big innings from Richards and so forth. And then now, again, all out for 113 in tough conditions. Got Yarram short price favourites at the break, 3 for 38, did you say? Three wickets down. They're back. The ex-students still alive in B grade. 3 for 42. Back to this game. This is what ex-students needs, that wicket. And Marks again just looking very comfortable, isn't he? Using his feet, coming forward.
And there's a bit of blue sky now. It looks like that little patch of rain that was coming over. There was just a little hint on the radar that something was coming, but it's broken up a little bit behind us now, so I don't think there'll be any more issues. Well, hopefully anyway.
Oh, that one just jagged a little bit more, didn't it? And Marks navigates it pretty well, but Pride looks like a man who's tired, hoping at the moment. He's just hoping for something, and he knows he bowled a pretty good ball last ball before the drinks break for no reward. So here we've got Glengarry 1 for 87, Freitag looking in control on 24, Mark sensational on 36. The cover driving of both these left-handers have been absolutely sensational. 1 for 87, chasing 61, getting down. The runs just keep coming off without the wickets going down, and right now Glengarry would be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, very confident. There's a few smiles around the fire pit at the moment, Luke, as you can see. But it's you would be very happy at the moment being Glengarry. It's certainly the spot you want to be in. But ex-students are now, they're walking off. They're just going to gather themselves. I think a couple of vests might come out. Rick Batista might bring a jumper on, and a jumper brings luck, Luke. So let's see what happens in the next little spell.
And now you mentioned earlier today that the Enigma in Cole Scammell had turned up to have a little bit of watch of TDCA cricket. Is still here watching?
I can't see him at the moment.
No.
But, you might be floating about.
And of course, not only a sensational bowler and captain in his playing days, but also an administrator for a long, long time. You as a young man would have had to answer the phone when all the people were ringing the secretary of the league. You would have had to answer it. Scammell household, how can I help you? I want coal. That would have happened a few times.
Yeah, well, I've actually been assistant administrator for probably about 20 years of my life before taking on the actual role. So, it was always good to be in the know and to let Cole come home and see what kind of crap. You talk about Barry Wrigglesworth. Well, see what kind of issues he had with Barry Wrigglesworth at a region meeting or what have you. So, kind of grown up in that situation. But yeah, just getting some feedback from Gav Fernanda about fixing the score. I don't think there's any issues, but anyway, we'll see what happens there. And Yarram have lost another wicket. So Yarram are now 4 for 42. With Swift out for a duck after 19 balls. Richards taking the catch. Daniel Churchill, it's a very Daniel Churchill wicket down there. Little seam up, pitch it full. And now Ant Bland is in with Rash, Coulthard, Taylor, Griffith still to come. It's going to get pretty tight. Edge of your seat stuff at the Bees.
Where is Rash? Biggest hitter I've ever seen play cricket. Well, he's not. He's fourth, but he's hasn't batted yet. Chasing 113.
Well, if you want to do some jokes, Luke, I think ex-students might have found some cream for Rash and he's just disappeared.
Oh, I like it, Nick. I like the cheap jokes. We've read the same book. But very unusual that he's not batting. Probably been a good bloke and hasn't played all year in B grade, but definitely needs to be coming in and batting. The game could be over real quick with someone like him batting. And it's still raining at the hospital, but the good news here at Duncan Cameron is that the rain seems to have passed us by, which is good. Blue sky is starting to be seen, and this next session's a really big session. I think it's going to be all over in this session. 80 runs. I don't think it's going to go to 6 o'clock tonight, Nick. No. You're going to have all 3 trophy presentations at the same time. How do you manage that?
I might have to bring everyone here to ask them all to lob up. That would be a fantastic atmosphere, wouldn't it? But yeah, look,
ex-students would be happy about that if they lose all 3, they're all having to move away from the rec reserve.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens yet. There's certainly a lot of cricket to be played in every game, and
of course, if they win all 3, you could just take it all to the rec reserve.
Oh, geez, the place would be burning down. It's yeah. They've got an issue. They've got to find some more room for their trophy cabinet. I think they're running out of room on the wall. So the Traralgon Footy Club, they might be looking to upgrade, go upstairs or something, and make it a little, make a bit more space for the cabinets.
What I love about ex-students, they all leave the ground together. They all come onto the ground together. They're just really all marshalled, as a team. They do everything together. They warm up together. No one does their own thing. It's just sensational to see a cricket side that's fully engaged and all walking to the same beat, which is really good.
Rash is in. The rash is in.
The rash. Get the cream, ex-students. The rash is in.
The rash has come back. Oh, no. Oh.
Hopefully sometime in the near future, Yarram can make a grand final. They've got some good names in that side. Swifts and Rashes and...
Lush.
Lush is some great names. Of course, Scott, the man with 2 first names, Anthony Scott. It's just it's a commentator's dream, that team. Very hard to make jokes about Freitag, especially in the type of form that he's in. Stockdale brings himself back on from that end and straight into the pads of Freitag. Captain v captain, superstar v superstar. This is the battle that we've all been waiting for the first time today. Back foot cut, smacks it out to the big sausage, and it's another 4. Glorious back foot stroke making at the moment by both these players. Fair to say their offside shot selection has just been amazing.
Yep, absolutely. And you keep mentioning it. You don't see the cut shot off the spinners too often, but they've just got that time. These types of players have just got all the time in the world, and he's come from Premier Cricket last year, and he hasn't exactly set the world on light. Now he's still made 300 runs and
an average 50.
At an average 50, he's got a couple of like 60s and 70s not out, but he's just a class above. And this next level of cricket, when you're playing finals, is exactly what he's made for.
He's been a superstar leader for the Glengarry Cricket Club. Re-signed next year as well, which is fantastic for the Glengarry Cricket Club, as well as for the TDCA to have the class players continuing to play and choosing our league where they want to continue their careers. And Stockdale just turns one down the leg side, no score.
Just receiving some feedback from a very good friend of mine, Michael Bloomfield, about the cream and rash comment. I've been called a dingbat, so it's not the worst thing I've ever been called, but thanks, Bloomy, for the feedback. I'm glad you're watching, Bloom Dog. We'll give MIB a plug if you whip me over $50 at any stage, mate. Cheers.
And big news from Seagrave, the Nightmare on Elm Street is out for a well-made 24. 2 for 65, chasing 150. Jennings still in, 25 off 17. And squares him up, goes to come forward, rocks back quickly. I think that's what I've been most impressed with Marks today is the ability to, he wants to come forward, but then he does rock back when he realises he's not going to get to the length, using the crease well. Very big decision. Very big moment. Marks for the sweep, bat pad straight up, caught. Bit of a nothing type of wicket in the end. Came from nowhere. You couldn't feel it coming. But again, ex-students just gives themselves a little sniff.
Well, if that's not a commentator's curse, Luke, I don't know what is. That is very unfortunate because he did not put a foot wrong the entire day, and he'll be disappointed with that. He looks very dejected, but geez, he really set the tone for Glengarry early on. But job's not done.
Job's not done. Hadn't played a sweep shot all day from memory, and the first time it comes out, it was straight into the pads, bobs up, and probably the easiest catch you can get when you're a close infielder. Big moment from Pride. He's toiled away all day. Big wicket there. Big moment here. Change of fortune for ex-students. Pride gets to come back over the wicket, bowls to a right-hander. Stockdale gets the right-hander, and that's what I think's so good at the moment, is that all of a sudden with one wicket, you get a big change in dynamics.
I reckon Jim just slowed that one down just a fraction. He got a bit straight on it, and that's what Sam's thought, you know what, I'm going to have a dip at this. And really good bowling. I think that's what you put it down to. Yes, it's a bit of a missed shot, but he did just slow it down, and he really got him out. So well done, Jim.
And Frank Marks comes out to bat. This is a man I love when he bats with freedom. When he just plays with freedom. I hope he gets the opportunity to do so. Does start nervous, Frank, but once he gets that first one off the middle, he seems to escalate quickly. And Sam hadn't played the sweep shot all day, and the first real attempt of it, spoons one right up. Pride goes over the wicket now, holds that one up. Marks punching. And definitely just slowing him up now, isn't it?
Chucking him up, isn't he? Yeah.
And Marks is not happy with something. Changing. Looks like he wants to change a bat. Wants a hat, does he? Wants the hat. There's not a surer thing now than Lee will now give Matthews the ball. Marks thinks he's got two spinners on. He calls for the hat. Now Stockdale will change.
Dylan Rash off the mark with a 6, Luke?
Of course he is. There is no cream that can stop that rash. He actually changed his gloves, Marks, so there you go. Faced 4 balls and changed his gloves. Stockdale to continue round the wicket. Oh, just drops that down. All of a sudden with the wicket, the pitch starts doing a few things, holding things up.
2 out deep on the leg side. I don't think that's going to do. I think he's going to keep looking to go through that offside where it's spread a little bit more. Stocky's going to keep it up, try to bring that shot in, but after a wicket's just been lost, I don't think Nat Freitag's going to play a loose shot. Good shot to the fielder. Oh, Jacko's thrown it. He took a little bit of heat off it though after earlier on in the day.
And I was talking to his dad in the lunch break, and he's very disgusted in... Not really a chance, but went through there. Sometimes they're the moments where you just get a bit of luck and it goes your way.
I don't think Nat needs too much luck at the moment. He's playing very well. Touch wood. Oh, and Stocky just drifts one up. They get a single for that. Good, smart batting from Nat Freitag. The score goes to 92. And now Lee gets the bowl to the right-hander for the first time today.
And this really is what Stockdale's looking for, the right-handers to come out. He just has so much fun against the right-handers, doesn't he? Just takes wickets for fun. 30 wickets this year. The league's leading wicket taker. 30 wickets, an average of 10. That'd be a fair about 90% of those you would think would be right-hand wickets. Just spins and spits them across you. Drifts them back in as well with his arm ball. He's got all the tricks. You can see they're just holding it right up. He knows that Frank wants to sort of get on with it. Goes hard at it. And Stocky just drifts one up there, and Marks almost overruns it.
It's just tightened up again now, and there's a break coming soon. So, yeah, it should just be an interesting little contest here. You feel that ex-students get 1 or 2 wickets now. It really is game on. But I think Glengarry's gone 2-1 up at this stage.
And what time's the next tea break? What time is the tea break? 3 o'clock?
Oh, you'd have to ask the umpires.
You write the rules for fun, Nick?
I just copy and paste them, mate. I don't create them. Unless it's something stupid. It's all inclusive, Luke.
Yeah, that's right. Something to try and make it fair for everyone.
Good from Nat here.
Oi. There's that shorter ball. Taps down for 1, comes back for 2, just does it with ease. No risk cricket.
And it's not so much the shot itself, but it's also the placement. He's just really picking that and going, you know what, I'm going to pick that gap beautifully. And he's made a lot of runs through there today.
And shout out to my wife who's just sent me a text message wanting to know if I want to go to the zoo next weekend. So that's lovely. We'll talk about it tonight, I think, but looking forward to the zoo next weekend.
Easter weekend, there'd be quite a few there, Luke. It might be, yeah. But weather's meant to be good next week, which would be great for local football starting up.
Of course. So Frank Marks yet to score. Looks to be in that defensive mode. Hasn't faced many balls, that being said, but he looks to be in that defensive mode early to try and set himself up. 2 for 94. $67 to get. 8 wickets, ex-students. Tell you what, big wicket Freitag in the next 2 overs. Oh, lovely little paddle.
Delicate as you like.
1 comes back for 2. Pride doesn't get the rest down there. Nothing worse than chasing the first ball after you're over. And Frank's off the mark with a beautiful little dab for 2.
Just a very delicate little sweep. Just a paddle sweep, I suppose. Very nice. And again, finessed but no run.
Great fielding by Dyke. Taking him on. Good luck to you. What did you nickname him? The Rat, didn't you? Johnny Platten. Dyke the Rat.
There was a little bit of Johnny Platten going about him.
Oh, squeezes it past Warren. One won't come back for two, surely, not on Dyke. And Dyke saves one. Freitag back on strike. And Yarram 4 for 50, needing 63 to win in B grade. And 2 for 80 ex-students. Josh Jennings 33 off 22, strike rate of 150. And his good mate Luke Hegarty 6 off 12 balls. 2 for 79. Big shot, goes out for 1. The wicket takers for ex-students is C. Thompson, 1 for 17, and T. Costerman, 1 for 15 off 4, sharing the bowling around.
Oh, jeez, that's a
Big bounce, big top spinner by Stockdale. Pride to get a long spell here by Pride. Bowling an absolute treat. Been the pick of the bowlers. Got his luck just before with Sam Marks sweeping out.
It comes down to just the pressure that he's been able to put on him, though. Like 1 for 15 from 16, Luke. Just a brilliant spell. 10 maidens in that. This is why he's called Mr. March, for this exact reason.
Yep, no doubt about it. Just hits on a dime, doesn't he? Puts the ball on a dime.
He's putting on that 20-cent piece that Gav found during the year, Luke. Well played again. Just dead batting that straight down. All class. Now, he's just waiting for that loose one, and I don't think the loose one's really going to come here. Jim's just bowling way too well. He's really setting a groove now.
I know it sounds like a little thing here, Nick, but you see a class batsman like Freitag, he just drops that ball down and he's still watching the ball, making sure it doesn't bounce back onto the stumps. It's just a man who's confident with his skill set. He watches the ball so closely, and you can just tell the confidence of how he does it.
Just always in the game, isn't he? Just knows his game and knows the game pretty well himself. So, yeah, that's what happens when you've played in a really good cricketing system for a long time, being that in Tasmania and also Premier Cricket in Victoria. And he's really changed himself as well. He was probably went down to Casey all those years ago as a opening bowler, and him and Perrin were bowling a lot of overs, and made the choice to go over to Tassie and really elevated his batting over there, made big double hundreds and broke some records, and also captained the club. And when you're a guy from Traralgon and you're captaining a team that has Jackson Bird or Sandu and these guys at Clive Rose, these types of players in it, you obviously know the game pretty well.
Oh, that little paddle again that Frank's trying to play there. Oh, the little paddle again. Goes down there. Warren takes over it, but Pride comes running around, and Frank will come back for 2. There's the 100 up for Glengarry, and you can hear the Glengarry boys just acknowledging 2 for 100 at the start of the play with 40 minutes to navigate before the break. It's been a great performance by their batting. Mature, haven't really played a rash shot all day. The loose balls or the not perfect balls have gone the distance, but it's just been a team that's been batting, within themselves, but with the right type of intent. And just a back foot punch for 1. Might be breaks down at the rec reserve at this time of day, would it be?
The B grade score seems to have stopped. I'm getting a little panicky. I don't know what's going on. So, 4 for 50. There must be a break in play down there, so that's okay. We'll keep you updated, but it's 4 for 50 down there off 17.
I'm just glad that you're right, Mr. Secretary. Just everything's under control. Pride to continue. 18th over straight, I think. It might be 17 over straight. It's been a phenomenal effort by Pride. Less than 2 and over. Less than 1 and over. Full toss.
Shot.
Oh, gets past him at mid-off and goes all the way. And Frank picks the full toss up and it goes for 4. Lovely shot by by Marks. Just picked up on that fully, didn't he? And punched it.
Oh. Moves are quick to shake their head. Just a little bit more flight in that one. And I reckon Frank just wanted to have a go at it and he's gone, you know what? I'm not.
It's an unusual leave because he just sort of let it hit him.
Yeah, I'll just let this hit me around the abdomen area and let's get on to the next one.
Just a little bit of turn there. You can see it just turn back. Bit more into the wicket, that one. Oh, there's the one he sets up for the LB, isn't it? Just beautifully flighted ball there by Pride.
Well left again. Another bowled over by Jimmy Pride. First time he's been hit for a boundary for the day, I believe. First thing he's done wrong, really, for the day, and yeah, amazing effort. 40 overs have now been bowled. The score is 105 for 2, if we want to be like our English counterparts. It is very English weather at the moment, so and you're playing on a smallish ground with a really good crowd. There's a lot of England about it.
Very much so. Oh, sneaky little one there. I don't think Freitag was waiting, but Marks was ready to pounce, and they turned the strike over for 1.
It's a very good single, very ex-students-like single. I know Lee Stockdale absolutely hate that type of thing happening, but you can't help a well-placed ball. A little bit of a change now in the field. Good shot.
Short. Frank rocks back, punches it again out to the offside, and it goes into the boundary. Beautiful shot. 2 for 110, 51 to go. Each run just gets closer and closer.
These games are coming close to a big crescendo, and they're all going to finish at once. So it's going to be a bit of a worry. There is a tea break down the rec. That's why the scores have stopped. It's a little bit of Ross and Rachel on Friends, Luke. They're on a break.
Lovely. Always like a good Friends reference. So I watched a lot of Friends, Nick, growing up. All my mates that throw Seinfeld references at me, I've got no idea because I didn't watch a lot of Seinfeld. Nice little sweep shot out there for one, just safe as houses. Turns the strike over. 6 off the over so far. A really good over for Glengarry.
111, Lord Nelson.
Lord Nelson. Praise the Lord. A lovely flighted ball. Fried tag just bunts that one back down. So what would you do now? Your captain, ex-students, all for it for us to have an opinion, but it's just about changing bowlers, isn't it? Just keep changing, hoping for something. 2 over spells, just trying to create something.
Well, Warney got the last one, well, the first one, I should say, and broke the partnership. So maybe it's time to go back to the big dog and get him involved. Is that a Jacko McMahon? Jacko McMahon warming up.
That'd be a big surprise.
That would be a little bit of a shock, but we know he's a capable all-round cricketer. So who knows? What do you do? Do you try and turn the shot? It looks like he's...
It's a genuine warm-up.
Yeah. He might just be keeping himself fresh so he doesn't overcook one like in the first couple of overs.
Oh, straight into bat pad. They stick or they don't.
Flamingo type paddle, and he's yeah. Oh, geez.
Great effort by Robertson to almost clutch it. Unusual shot by Marks, but straight into Robertson and it goes to ground.
Good shot.
Sometimes they're the luck you need when it's your day. They stick, don't they? So. Full toss. Oh, misfields off his own. Down for 1. Matthew Lowe, who's been watching all day from Hampton Park, ex-Students fan, need a wicket soon, no doubt about it. Need 2 or 3 real quick. It's been great that he's been tuning all day, staying engaged, writing comments. I'd love to know what you would do, Matthew, right now if you were captain. How would you get this next wicket? Give us a little comment in the comment section. We must thank Red Onion as well. We've done 4th year now helping us here at the TDCA. Absolutely sensational. Matt, the cameraman. Oi, little chance out there. He loves his cricket to sit here all day and listen to us too and follow the ball around. Hopefully he's on some overtime.
You want to see more of this. Like, I think Bundalagua over in Sale have upped their game, and they're going to be live streaming pretty much every game that's played at home from now on. Of course, and you see like the Sanderstead Cricket Club, who are pretty well known over in England. They do a highlights package every game. So we're seeing clubs really adapt and thrive and promoting their club and their brand of cricket by doing these types of things individually, not just from a league perspective. I think it'd be great long term for GCL to start looking at doing, a match of the round or the live stream of a grand final for GCL, and all these types of things can be done and can create a real interest about cricket in the local region.
No doubt it should be happening at GCL level. GCL Grand Final should definitely be played, if not match of the round. We want to be showcasing our region. If people are moving to our region, we want them to be playing cricket and staying engaged with it. And while the leagues are doing a great job in finals, Bundalagua are doing it home and away, takes it to another level. And it definitely has to be a GCL initiative next season. And while we're talking about GCL, David Anderson, long-term serving Secretary of Region 7, has done a fantastic job for many, many years. We'll just thank him on behalf of the TDCA for all that he does. Old Angry Anderson, I know you love your cricket, you'll be watching. He's done a lot to promote cricket. You're very much come from the same mould, Nick, as a David Anderson. That little bit of grumpiness about you. Cricket nuffy. And this is the big surprise. Change of bowler. We got what we said. What surprised me about this, though, is it's medium pace.
Yeah.
So last time I saw McMahon bowl, he was bowling spin, and he had really good dip on it. Obviously, in the nets now, he's coming off the long run, so this has been a big surprise for me.
He's just been watching a few Andy Simons highlights, I think, and just going, you know what, I'm going to do everything and, yeah, have a go. Now, we have been neglecting Paul Drennan a little bit, who we should give a plug to. Valmet Transport Company has been amazing for providing our commentary box for the last 2 days, as they did last year as well. And I think from the view and from all the feedback that we've been getting, how we've been basically parked on the ground at silly mid-off and being able to get right up the noses of all the players. This will be what we'll be doing in future. A little generator, a camera, a laptop, and right on the ground is absolute perfect. So thank you again, Paul and Valmet. It's been amazing for your support again.
So the name of the transport company, Nick, sorry?
Valmet Transport Company. They do deliveries. They do anything. You want it transported, they will transport it for you. It can hold massive loads. We've had Bopper, myself, and Luke Henderson all in the back of the truck today, and you wouldn't have even felt the shockers go down. If you've got anything heavy, it will be able to transport it for you. So well done.
Oh, great fielding by Best. Right hand dives and picks it up, and the ex-students boys come across for a high five. They appreciate such an effort. Great piece of fielding.
Yeah, and that's just those next level players, isn't it? We know what Best's like. He's just a star, and he's wearing the different vest, which I'm sure ex-students will sort him out next year. But that one's got past him though. Just for one, pushed out onto the offside.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have. There's so many good players playing in here, but you look at Glengarry and Freitag coming back with Melbourne experience. Obviously Stockdale with Melbourne experience, Best with Melbourne experience. Gilmore's gone down there, and some talk that he might go down and have another look at playing down there. It's great to see top calibre cricketers playing within the TDCA and having them all showcased on the same day, and being able to live stream it. It's an absolute pleasure. McMahon to continue. Nice little ball up to the stumps, looks for one and gets the bye. Bowls a heavy ball, Jackson McMahon. I haven't seen this before, so it's really intriguing, but definitely bowls a heavy ball.
2 for 115, Luke.
Yeah, 2 for 115. Looks like Pride to continue. A long spell by Pride.
And Rashi's getting along with it a little bit in the Bs. 4 for 57 now, so a little bit of a partnership here between himself and Amp Bland, who can really hold up an end and is a really accomplished cricketer from down Alberton Way.
Bland Rash. Good partnership.
Bland Rash. And in the C grade, it's 3 for 96. Geno's still in there, Luke, and he's...
Short ball there by Pride. Drags one down. Marks plays that standing pull shot, and it goes out for 4. The pull sweep. And big boundary. 2 for 120. And of course, we'll remember when Glengarry won their first premiership only a few years ago, the crowd and the scenes of a whole town and a whole community running onto the ground. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. If as it looks, Glengarry will go on with it.
It was a huge victory as well. Went late into day 2. I think they chased down 270, and it was just an amazing performance. Hayden Ross Schultz, his name lives on in infamy now.
Square straight up. Might have pitched outside leg, and Boozer walks away from. He wouldn't be a good thief, Boozer, would he? Because he looks
the fastest gun in the West, mate. He really is.
Oh. Both umpires, they did a great job yesterday to keep the game moving. Got to maximise the overs. 54 overs played yesterday in just terrible conditions. We talk about how great it is from the ground staff, but also the umpires as well to manoeuvre. You know, high emotions. Teams want to play and don't play. They got on with it and it's got 54 overs in the afternoon. It was sensational. They used the extra hour right up their sleeve, and I thought they did a sensational job to keep the game moving. Go short again. Missed that one. And misses out on another boundary for the over. Just looks like Pride's starting to get tired. That little bit of dejection starting to kick in with every bad ball, knowing that it's it's getting closer to the end.
He's bowled incredibly well without luck. During the season, some of those catches stick in close, and a decision here and there. But he got the wicket of Marks, which was really good. And it just looks like he might be tiring a little bit. It wouldn't be a shock at all if Stockdale just pulled, took him off and brought someone else on. Maybe Warney, who's just keeping the hands warm there, might be an option.
Oh, if you had pockets, you'd be putting your hands in them today. It's freezing.
There is a little bit of mist just coming over the ground now. As Jacko resumes. Is out.
Big news in B grade.
Oh, it's 5 for 58. Yarram wobbling. Rash out on 5 for 58. He's hit that very crisp, Nat has.
Big wicket by ex-students. We talked about a side in B grade that just never gives up, playing for their 9th grand final in a row. All out for 113. You'd think she's all over Red Rover, as one of our good friends would say. But Yarram in trouble now. 5 for 58.
Ex-students are in the box seat there.
Absolutely. McMahon nice and full. Bowls a good ball here off the long run. Box seat ex-students in B grade. Unbelievable. The big Rash comes in at 7. Big wicket. Of course, he bats at 6 if it's 5 for, but anyway, that's all right. Big wicket.
Yeah, we are.
Robinson runs yesterday and 2 wickets today, including the big wicket of Rash. 4.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. Jack Robinson. Not much going on there, just for the camera. I think that little bit of throw it back to the stumps.
He'd have to get a bit of fire in the belly like his old man when bowling, I think. Andy Mack was a pretty fiery type of character. And, played a few years against Andy. You always knew you were in a contest against him.
Oh. And there's that part-timer ball that comes on.
Josh Jennings, They've pegged him back a little bit, Luke. He's 45 off 39 now, but he has added another 6 to his tally. So Geordie Anderson's out there at the moment as well. Both have had pretty good years with the sticks. So, yes, Imperials in the box seat at Old Trafford, but then across the road, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to play out in that match.
Great fielding off his own bowling. He's a very good bowler off his, very good fielder off his own bowling, Jimmy Pride, and again just doesn't want that one. Wants to keep him on strike. All spinners, all bowlers want to keep their batsmen on strike. Looks like it's just heading down leg, that one. That's the little desperation shout. 3 for 120 would have been a lot better than 2 for 120, obviously. 41 runs to get Glengarry. Could they be bringing home their second ever club premiership, A-grade premiership, I think it is. Is that correct? Second?
Third, I believe.
Third, I'm sorry.
I think they,
Well, great fielding in there at bat pad. Matt Robinson is easily the best bat pad I've ever seen in country cricket. Ever, Nick. Ever seen. He's phenomenal in there.
Yeah, it'll be their third.
Third premiership. Oh. Punched out for one.
One bat pad that springs to mind, Luke, is Kane Logan.
Yep.
He was a big frame of a guy.
Yep.
And you had to compete with him as well as just the aura that was around him when he was out there on the ground.
The cigar smoke, just breathing.
Smoke, the plume of smoke that would be around you. And
what about the stench of self-confidence?
he reeked of it. And rightfully so. If you've captained Premier clubs and smashed big hundreds and still get talked about as one of the most damaging batsmen ever seen, you know, you're going to have that air of arrogance about you.
He was a good bat pad. He would have been good with a lip too, wouldn't he?
He was just big, and you couldn't get around him. And if you had, you'd have to bat against Imperials, and you got Jock McFarlane on one side, and then you got Kane Logan on the other, and it was like you're batting in the nets.
Looks like Warney's just warming up, maybe bowling the next over from this end. McMahon to bowl his third over. It's really it's not only a wicket that they're trying to buy, but it's also some enjoyment and some excitement back into it. So the part-timer, and a popular person will definitely bring some energy and enthusiasm back to the group. And Freitag just ticks that over for one.
What's the best part-timer wicket you've seen, Luke? I've got two that spring to mind, and they both involve the same person.
5 for 58, Yaron. Just sorry about that. Just yelling out to Pridey Jimmy Pride what the B grade score is. It just shows you how in tune they all are with their own club. They want to know what their teammates are doing. Sensational. I'll just leave that. Well, the best part-time wicket I've seen in my TDCA, the fact that it's TDCA, is Tate Marsh bowled a ball who is the worst bowler I've ever seen. Can't bowl in the nets. Bowled 2 balls at double, bounced up at Catterick, and then he got the big Matt Hibbs out caught on the fence, which was sensational, and 12 months later they became teammates. So probably the worst wicket I've ever seen was Tate Marsh's. So one A-grade wicket. Will probably never bowl again in A-grade, but I'll give that one to him. Because the over before, the big New Zealander from Mafra that you had at Imperials for a period of time, Josh Rarui, hit the biggest 6 I've ever seen. What about yourself?
He could do that. Chris Lena got Michael Bloomfield. I know Michael Bloomfield's watching at home. Me and Bloomy put on a nice little 40 for the last wicket, I reckon it was. And all the Gormy boys are a bit tired from playing a big week in Country Week. And Lena came on and got a wicket. LBW, maybe caught and bowled. I can't really remember, but I can remember just going, Bloomy, come on now. That's not ideal. But then Chris Lena features for Ryan Morley for one of my favourites just before drinks. The Chris Lena sweep came out and a big plum in front from young Ryan, who I know he'll be quite chuffed of getting a mention. Lee Fabris will be somewhere in the world right now saying that he got Chris Stanlake out as a little part-timer too. So, congratulations to... Oh, jeez. A little foot went there, Luke.
Not out. Right leg bends means not out.
A little nut bush. The start of the night does a little nut bush to give it not out.
Nice shot there by Frank. Gets one, wants two, comes back for two. Big arm might be, but it wasn't. And Frank just ticks over for another two.
And the Warn Dog is on.
DOGZZ Dogs is on. Warn Dogs is coming on to bowl.
If that's not his next number plate, Luke, it'd be very upsetting. Talk about oozing personality and confidence. If you got the luscious blonde locks like that and then chop it into the Duty Pride special, you've got some confidence about you. Oh, he's dragged that one down. This is the time though. Spinning back into the left-hander. Good move. He's going to be with the breeze as well, so you'll get a nice little bit of drift. Presents that seam perfectly. This could be the start of something.
And a beautiful shot, sensationally fielded by McMahon as well, who's having a bit of issues with his throwing today. He definitely doesn't have the radar on, but Gilmore does a great job to save it, and there's apologies all round.
Well, it's just a little calibration issue, I think, with Jacko today.
This is a true story. His dad, I was at the tea break, and his dad said it was a terrible throw, the overthrows for 5, and he said he doesn't like throwing a new cricket ball. That's the first time I've ever heard that excuse. Doesn't like throwing a new cricket ball. So, obviously a bit hard in his hand. C might be a bit big. I've heard of people saying spinners not like bowling with them, but not throwing it.
We're both checking our phones, Luke, so I've got no idea what's just happened.
Nah, just a nice little shot for fry tag for 2, just around to fine to third man, sorry. And Tate Marsh watching here doesn't like the fact that I've mentioned him as the worst part-timer wicket I've ever seen. Little drive-by on my old mate Tatey. Such a smooth operator though, Tate, on and off the field. But bowling's definitely not for him.
Oh, we were talking about James Jacobson in his dress sense before, but I've not seen a young guy dress like a 70-year-old accountant the way that Tate Marsh does. The sloppiest jumpers that you get from Rivers and just like the worst corduroy yellow hat. No, it's just a shocker. I got no idea what the kids are doing these days, but probably a little bit better than my faded jeans and novelty T-shirts back in the day, Luke. But yeah, these
You would have been maybe a bit young, but there used to be a brand when I was a kid, the Pooper Shooter. You remember those? They were a surf brand, Poop Shooters. It was a dog shooting the poop. That was the picture.
wasn't Mambo the Mambo with
Might have been Mambo.
Mambo? I had a Mambo shirt.
Everyone had a Poo Shooter shirt. You weren't in unless you had that, or as you're a bit younger, a Simpsons Don't Have a Cow Man Bart Simpson T-shirt as a primary school kid. Oh, the big inside edge just misses the stumps, goes down to fine leg, about to hit the wicket here right in front of us, but 2 runs, that was the wicket that was needed. No luck at all, have they, ex-students in the field. Glengarry doing everything right, but no luck at all to ex-students. Nick's a nervous man. The secretary's getting keen.
Imps are 6 for 116. Imps are 6 for 116, apparently. It looks like the live scoring has stalled, and things are getting pretty tight. So if anyone's seen the league president, I've got to come and grab him and take him down to C grade. But Luke, obviously we'll leave in your capable hands, and we might send someone over to continue on helping you out so you don't have to do everything while you're here.
Oh, good. Thanks very much, Nick. It's been great to have the secretary of the TDCA join us right across those 2 days here. And 2 for 128. Frank Marks 26. Nat Freitag 38. After taking 6 wickets the day before, captain's performance across both day 1 and day 2 starting to come to a conclusion. 33 runs to get 8 wickets in hand. It will take a brave man to say that ex-students are still in it. Beautiful shot, just goes over the top. Flicks it off his legs for 4. And 2 for 132. Glorious stroke by Frank Marks as he just gets his team closer and closer to the mark. As I see Nick Scammell just walking past, he can't find Steve Kay. If anyone has seen Steve Kay, can we please point him in Nick Scammell's direction? The El Presidente is required across 2 grounds. Matthews to continue. Marks looks to be the aggressor and just leaves a ball that pops. Matthews charging it nice and tall and squares Marks up straight down to gully. Goes for the quick little throw there in Robinson, and a good piece of fielding by ex-students to back it up. .49 overs gone, 2 for 132. Earlier today, Al Jenkins was the first batsman out, caught Matthews bowled Warren, second ball he'd faced from him. Sam Marks second, a really well crafted 36 off 113. We talked about him yesterday being the X factor for Glengarry. If he can get a 20 or 30, they're going to go a long way to winning the game, and he gets 36. The moment Nat Freitag's come out, 6 wickets yesterday, the captain for Glengarry is on 38, and Frank Marks has just come in and done it with ease thus far. A chanceless 30 off 52 balls. 2 for 132. Warned to continue. Floats one up, misses out on the fully, and hits it straight to mid-off. And you could hear Freitag there being frustrated with himself for missing out on such a ball. Misses out again on another ball. Warren getting away with a couple here. Freitag just again frustrated with himself. Starting to get tired. He's had a big couple of days bowling and batting. Better ball just gets up and over it. Slides one in there and Freitag just blocks it. And just a B-grade update, ex-students 113 batting across yesterday and this morning, and Yarram, after being in a little bit of trouble at 5 for 55, has moved on to 5 for 71, so starting to get themselves in a nice position there. Crawford's not out on 9, and Bland is not out on 7. Just drops that one with the spin down to his feet. Wicket takers for ex-students, Patir is none for 20. Duncan 1 for 26 off 6. 2 for 10 for Jack Robinson, who made runs yesterday as well. And it's 1 for 10 for Daniel Churchill. Short, wide, fielded again. 3 balls this over that Freitag hasn't been able to capitalise on. And at the end of the day, bowls a nice maiden. And as they take the tea break, they walk off the ground. Glengarry Cricket Club, everything to be playing for at the moment, are in the box seat. 50 overs down, 2 for 132, chasing 161. Ex-students are toiling hard, just haven't been able to get that breakthrough, and will take the 20-minute afternoon tea break. All right, as we just come back from the afternoon tea break, the last session of play for the 2020-2021 TDCA Workforce XS Grand Final. Unfortunately, a little bit of a dark clouds come in with a little bit of spitting rain, and the Glengarry boys are taking nothing by chance. They've gone straight across to the covers and to stand there on the just in case. Ex-students needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat to try and go win this one. 31 runs left, 8 wickets in hand, Glengarry. Yesterday, Nat Freitag, the captain, a 6-wicket master spell, and then today, backing it back up with 38 not out. Frank Marks with 30 as well. Andy Matthews, first ball after, and he's fallen over. And very good tactical ploy there to fall over when she's a little bit wet and try and get the covers to come on. I think there's only one group of people that want the covers on at the moment. The rest of us want the game to be finished one way or the other. Definitely not saying that was a tactical ploy, but just first ball after drink, slipping over with a little bit of water in the air. And Bumble again in the field, just at gully there. Takes that one with relative ease. Frank Marks on 32 for 132. Glengarry, 29 more runs to get their third A-grade premiership. We've got a rip snorter of a match down in our B grade this year as well, with the mighty ex-students going for 9 in a row, right up against it with Yarram. 113 they were all out for yesterday, ex-students. Beautiful piece of fielding by Best, the Traralgon superstar coach of football in Best at mid-wicket. 113 yesterday, ex-students B grade, all out. And then after being 5 for 51, Yarram is now 7 for 91, needing, 20 runs, 18 runs to win. Matthews to continue. Been a champion bowler for a long time, as we talked about earlier. Him and Voss, the partnership's been amazing. Half a little shout, close little shout there, but Marks just pads that one back down. So the 51st over for the day. 50 overs been bowled by ex-students. Glengarry's done it with a fair bit of ease, to be brutally honest. Couple of little half chances, but not much else. Great fielding off his own bowling in Matthews. And Marks just looking to be aggressive to get this job over and done with. Marks just couldn't get that one off cover there. The big DOG double Z Dogs is to continue. Michael Warren, the leg spinner, got the first wicket today. Got Al Jenkins chipping to mid-on with Andy Matthews taking the catch. And these, as the rain just starts to get a little bit heavier right now, I've no doubt that the ball's going to be pretty hard to be flipping it out, and we might try and see how the leg spinner can handle it. Full toss, swatted down the ground. Freitag whacks on one straight back for 4. Moves into the 40s. A game that has been a performance that hasn't been matched for many, many years. 6 wickets when he's bowling first, setting the team in as captain. Followed up with a 42 not out thus far. Heading towards 2 medals. The statue will be built as you go into Glengarry. Just edges it through the slips. Comes down for one, will come back for two. Moves to 44. Well bowled there by Warren. Found the edge. Freitag gets the two though. And I've been left to my own device, so sorry for all those people watching at the moment. You're going to have to put up with myself. My good mate Nick Scammell's gone down to the B grade and C grade games where it looks like Imperials and Yarram will collect the silverware. Warren to continue. Well bowled. Played off the back foot. Defensive. Drags the ball down. Freitag taps down for one. It's cut off out on the fence and a big rocket arm back into the keeper. And Freitag takes his score to 46. 2 for 140. Edging ever so close. 21 more runs. Ball just trying to be dried. Finding it hard to hold the leg spinner. Rain is starting to pick up. And I just noticed to my left, the Glengarry boys came and was sitting next to the covers, and they've just walked away as the rain continues to fall. I think they might have thought about it. They didn't want to remind anyone that it is getting wet, and they've walked away from the covers now. Another short ball. Freitag rocks back, punches along the ground, goes out to the covers. Score goes to 142. And Freitag moves on to 48. And as I'm sitting here, I've just been joined by a TDCA life member and passionate TDCA man in Gav Fernanda. Gav, 6 wickets and then a 50 in a final as a captain. There's not too many all-round performances that have been had like that in many years.
What a performance. He's got the medal and the cup just about in both hands. The only thing that'll stop it now is if this rain gets heavier, and it's great to be back after serving a 8-hour suspension from the commentary team. But I've served it well, and I'm back to see the last bit of this. It's just been a sensational grand final. We've had everything, haven't we? The bad weather. We've got 3/4 of the game in, and we've just seen a masterclass all-round performance from probably one of the best cricketers to play TDCA. And the good thing is Nat was a junior in the TDCA and then went and plied his trade all over the country, and he's back, and what a player.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's great to have players like him returning home and representing the TDCA. This rain continues to fall in. Everyone's very nervous about it. Oh, and just the Marks tries to flick and get on with it, but straight through to the keeper. It'd be a real shame if this rain stuck in, and it's great that we got rid of Nick Scammell. We sent him off, and you got to come back into the box, Gav. So
it is good. I think Nick and Steve will be down at the rec reserve because, boy, oh boy, have we got some cricket there. Yarram 7 for 93. They require a further 10-20 runs to win with 3 wickets in hand, and the ex-students guys are turning the screws in B grade, and I haven't got a C grade update because I think it was I think the live scoring went down, but oh gee whiz, what a game down there. So Nick won't know what to do because he's got microphones, medals and premiership shields, and he has to be in 3 places at one time.
The nervousness of an administrator. Not everything runs smoothly.
Nick hasn't learned to delegate yet. Luke. Oh.
Oh, great ball. Matthews finding a little bit off the deck. Squared Marks up, straight through the keeper. Too good a ball in the end. Big leg cutter that Marks couldn't hit.
It's just the final dance for ex-students, isn't it? 20 runs. They're not going to take 8 wickets for 20, we know that, but they're going to, as the team they are, they will fight it out, and they'll be just hoping to get 2 or 3 wickets before Glengarry pass the total, put a little bit of pressure on. But Matthews bowling his heart out. The only thing, like I said, and I reckon it's starting to lighten up a bit, so the rain isn't as heavy now as what it was 5 minutes ago. So it's just been a great game, and oh boy, Glengarry certainly set it up with that session before lunch. The batting to be none down was sensational.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ex-students needed to take 1 or 2 quick polls just before the first lunch break. Marks and Jenkins did the job, got them through unscathed, and then went on and had an opening partnership of 50-odd. Really did the job. Marks punches one through the covers, races out, will come back for an easy 2. And he takes his score on to 32. Two for 144, and looks like they're bringing back the man that uses the 5-pound bat in Harris. The big fella, he really gave ex-students a big chance today when he took the score from 9 for 108 to 160, and credit to him, hit Freitag for 2 big sixes, and really had a great partnership of 50 with his number 11 in Matthews. Unfortunately, now he'll come back and try and get 1 or 2 wickets and just really round out such a good game from himself. But an innings like that looks like will go unrewarded. But you can't take anything away from his efforts and his enthusiasm and his desire to will his team to victory.
Yeah, it was just gee whiz, what a performance! 9 down in the grand final, and to the experience of Matthews and the first-year player in Harris, it was just gave them. The grand finals had everything, and they lost those 2 quick wickets early, but boy oh boy, the last wicket partnership was incredible for a grand final against Glengarry, and they were all over them, and it was just fantastic. But he's just been a wonderful pickup, hasn't he? And he'll bowl his heart out here, and as the rain continues to get a little bit heavier, but I think it's not going to matter. I think they're just going to play it out with Glengarry needing a further 18 runs to win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We know his mum and dad and grandparents are all sitting in Hampton Park watching the TDCA Workforce Excess A-grade grand final. It's fantastic that we're able to bring these games right out to everybody. We know the numbers watching increases as the result comes near. We want to thank everyone that's tuned in over the last 2 days as we continue to showcase the best players in our league over the last 4 years. Shot by Freitag. And you talk about class cricketers. When a bloke can sit back and snap it through the covers like that, it's a sensational performance. 6 wickets on day 1. 52 not out on day 2, led from the front. It's an amazing performance from a great cricketer.
Wow, what a performance, and what an absolute player he is. And geez, won't Dylan be happy?
No doubt that Dylan, and this is a true story, he's actually been banned from the broadcast box. The Nat has told him to not re-enter the arena, and he wants to be able to. But what it will mean is Dylan will be on the edge of the boundary with a beer for his brother as he comes off.
I am surprised he didn't run out there then to hug him for his 50.
Sensational to see good cricketers plying their trade. And we talk about Dylan a lot. We've been having a bit of a laugh. But he's had a sensational year for the Gormandale Cricket Club in himself and really set up the TDCA GCL Premiership win with 3 real quick wickets. And what a cricketing family, and we're very lucky to have such a cricketing family in the TDCA. Of course, the TDCA winning the Gippsland Cricket League this year with a great performance down on Western Park 2, and Dylan Freitag with 3 quick wickets really set up the TDCA for victory.
97 in B grade, 16 runs, 17 runs off a premiership there, and 3 wickets for ex-students. So Yarram with 16 runs to win, 17 to win, and ex-students need 3 wickets. It's an absolute thriller.
And that's ex-students B grade going for 9 in a row after being all out for 113. You would have thought, as you said a couple of years ago, all over Red Rover, but they've just keep edging their way closer and closer, applying the pressure. And whilst it looks like Yarram's in the box seat, I wouldn't be surprised if there's another twist or turn down in the B grade game.
Well, the twist could be that the 59-year-old Paul Sticks Richards could come on to bowl some of his orthodox leg spinners, and that could be the big twist.
And left arm donkey drops from Richards. Matthews to continue. Straight to gully. Flipping the ball around now, ex-students, just trying to enjoy the last few moments here.
Who would have picked it, Luke? This ex-student side have just been dominant, haven't they? Except for in Glengarry, in the one clash they had this year, Glengarry beat them. So Glengarry never came into this, weren't daunted by the fact of playing them, but everyone else certainly was. And they've just been home and away. They've smashed teams this year in home and away. And who would have thought Glengarry are going to win this grand final at this stage, 2 wickets down? And didn't we think this morning when ex-students got to 160 the game on, and this was going to go down to the wire? And it's certainly been great for the TDCA because it has been gone right into the Sunday afternoon. But oh wow, Glengarry have been fantastic.
Mark's charges back just in case Matthews threw it. I don't think at this time of the day Matthews is throwing them ones back at him. Look like a cat on a hot tin roof. And no doubt about it, Glengarry deserve all the accolades. Big bold move by the captain yesterday, winning the toss and sending the powerhouse of Sharks in. But they've gone about it with systems and processes, and they've done a sensational job. They've had the rub of the green. They've taken their chances when they've come. Marks just ticks that one over. Marks just ticks that one over for 149. And he's moved along to 33 as well. And it's been a great innings by Frank Marks. It will be overshadowed by the performances of Nat, but Frank comes in really 2 down, and if he comes out and blocks around or gets out early, puts pressure on the next bloke. But to get 33 and bat with Nat, took some scoring pressure off Nat. He's done a sensational job here. What's just happened is all the pressure's been at one end. Jimmy Pride, big bulk of overs, going for less than 1 and over. And just unfortunately at the other end, they just haven't been able to get 5 or 6 overs of pressure to build up and try and cause those wickets.
And what is it just ridiculous to say that Glengarry now with Nat Freitag's already signed for next year, they're on the verge of a very big few years, aren't they, with the side they've got? And if they can keep these guys together, they're going to challenge again, because it's obvious. And I heard you say earlier, Luke, about really good players playing the TDCA, and Nat Freitag is just one of those superstars, and you're just guaranteed you're going to play finals. You already know that someone like that will carry your team to finals, and then anything can happen. So, it's just been a great game by him. The only twist I would say to you is, would the umpires be looking at maybe Harris for man of the match for his performance?
I think you're being a dickhead. 6 wickets and a 50 is pretty good compared to a 40 and an unther. But you can't take anything away. If you had a medal for each team, it's probably something Nick Scammell will bring in, is a medal for each team in the future, because he's very about giving everybody a go. But Harris has definitely been the man of the match for ex-students.
I was being silly, but I have seen some silly things before with man of the match medals. I sometimes you see a situation where Nathan Buckley won the Norm Smith medal in the losing side, and something he really treasures.
I'm sure he does. And I have seen silly things. We've seen it in other grades over the last couple of years, but I don't think this game's going to have any of those. 6 wickets, 50 not out. What a superstar performance from the big signing at Glengarry. And you're 100% right. Glengarry are setting themselves up now with a young group of players around Nat. They'll draw other players to their club as well. They'll want to continue to get better like the good clubs do. And, it's a real credit to themselves for going out there, taking a big risk and picking up such a sensational cricketer. And it just goes down and looks like a little bit of bat pad there. Comes down and Marks should get another 2.
7 for 105, Yarram in B grade. They need 9 runs to win with 3 wickets in hand, but unfortunately we can't give you a C grade update. So, Nick, if you're listening, you've got 10 runs to play with here and 9 runs to play with at B grade. I reckon you need to get on your bike and get back here and leave the duties to Steve Kay at the Rec Reserve.
Well, it's controversy. There might be a grand final with no Premiership Cup or medals. Might have to deliver him during the week. Harris again.
Oh, that's 4.
Missed full toss on his pads. Straight down there. He moves his score to 39. They edge ever so closer. 2 for 155. 6 runs remaining for the Glengarry Cricket Club. They've gone about it. They've done everything right over the last couple of days. I reckon the big twist here is, will Frank Marks try to end it with a 6? I reckon that's the big call here. Will he try and end it with one big blow, or will he just keep doing what he's doing now? Get you not out.
You've got to be the hero. You've got to go over the fence. Surely you've got to go, Frankie. Come on. And bring the crowd to their feet, and I can see all the Glengarry boys ready to run out. And what a performance by them, and they will certainly enjoy the next couple of days for sure.
They've manoeuvred and managed through the conditions. Can't take anything away from Glengarry Cricket Club. 6 runs remaining. Is there one big blow left? A little half shout there, a little bit of shout of hope. Trying to get a little cheap wicket before the end of play.
I've just received a message from Snowy. He's telling me that Imps have won 9 for. Wow. So Imps have won 9 wickets down. Now, Snowy, you better be telling me the truth.
We've gone live with uncertified mail, so thanks to Snowy there for letting us know the result. Great effort by Imperials. That's the big one we've been talking about. Won't quite get for 6, but he has tried. The ball didn't quite ping off the bat. And it's another 2. 2 needing 2 for victory.
Yeah,
2 for victory.
Got very close here, and we've just had another call out. You had the Dr. James on this morning, Dr. James Jacobson. Well, I just got a message from Trippy that they're in the bar watching Nat Freitag at the moment. At Jamie and Trippy are watching the game, so they're another couple of blokes enjoying the live stream. Well done to ex-students. They've been the barnstorming ex-students. Last year's premiers came back today to have a real go at it. We wish them all the very best. Congratulations, but credits now goes all the way through to the Glengarry Cricket Club. 2 runs remaining, and I have just had it confirmed that it is McNulty hit a 4 to win the game for Imperials. So Imperials are the winners. Imperials winners in the C grade. Well done to the Imperials Cricket Club. The new rooms back at Catterick will be getting a real workout tonight, Gav. But we'll bring it back here to A grade. Glengarry needing 2 runs to get. 2 runs to get with their captain on strike, and I don't think there's a better man or a more deserving person to hit the winning runs than Nat Freitag. And Yarram need 4 runs to win 7 wickets down. So Nick's got the helicopter waiting to get from the Rec Reserve back here. He's going to try his hardest because we need 2 runs here and 4 runs at the Rec. So what an absolute sensational finish today in both grand finals. Well, we've just had it here. It's actually 4 to win. We've got 2 extra runs on our scoreboard, so Nick's got a little bit more time than that. So, okay. Well, The Lee Stockdale's come back onto bowl what could be the last over of the day.
Could be. Captain comes on. Captain v captain.
Great to see one of TDCA's king players, the real king. That's it.
Straight through on the back foot. Hits the sausage. Marks and Freitag meet in the middle. And here come the Glengarry boys. And Freitag, as a class batsman, does the right thing first. Says well done to all the players. And that is the sign of a class cricketer. Sits back, hits the winning runs, walks around and congratulates ex-students for the season they've had. And now it's his time to shine. 56 not out. 56 not out. A sensational performance by Nat Freitag on the back of 6 wickets yesterday. Frank Marks on 51. Well batted Sam Marks. Well batted Al Jenkin. 2 for 161. Glengarry are the premiers. Their third ever premiership in the 2020-2021 Workforce Excess TDCA A-grade premiership. And for the third time in 3 years, we've got a different premier from the year before.
I know, no one can go back to back. This is incredible. What a sensational day. And I was just going to say before those winning runs, the King, Adrian Bergill, has just messaged, and another one watching as well, but I can't actually read out what he messaged. But no, fantastic. What an absolute win by Glengarry. Magnificent, far too good, and at Yarram 3 runs off winning the B grade, so it's just been a sensational performance. And Nat Freitag, stand tall, mate. You have been sensational.
Yeah, no doubt about it this year. Big massive shout out to Stacey Nee as well, who told us all about the Imperial C grade score with McNulty hitting the 4 runs. So TDCA, we have Imperials winning in C grade. Looks like Yarram, the new club, winning in B grade. We have Glengarry, the champions of 2021 in A grade. 3 different clubs winning 3 premierships, showing that everybody's up and about. And as the Glengarry boys meet in the middle and the crowd comes across from the fire, the frothies will be flowing at Glentown tonight. Take your hats off to a masterful, amazing performance from an individual. 6 wickets on day 1, 56 not out on day 2. The best all-round performance we've seen in the grand final for a long, long time. We've seen people make hundreds. We've seen people taking big wickets. But to do wickets and runs in a grand final and lead a club to victory, well done, Nat Freitag. Well done, Glengarry. Well done to Steve Henry, the president of the Glengarry Cricket Club, who's been the mastermind behind rebuilding their club from premiers a few years ago to a lesser year last year and now back up to the very top. We must pay credit to ex-students. They have always, it's a team you have to play well to beat. But they were beaten. They've been beaten by a team that was hungry. They used the conditions to their favour. And in closing, the 2020-2021 TDCA Workforce Excess A-grade premiership goes to the Glengarry Cricket Club. In closing, Gav, your man of the match.
That's funny, Luke. And just well done to yourself, Luke, and Nick on the commentary. And once again, the TDCA. We started all this a few years ago with the live stream for country cricket, and it's just taken off all around Gippsland with everyone doing it. And just sensational effort by Red Onion and Matt there. And it's just been great that we've been able to bring to you country cricket live for 2 days, and the amount of people watching it, and yeah, what a grand final. And TDCA, well done to the executive on putting on a fantastic weekend with 3 grand finals all going down to the wire.
No doubt about it. Premiers of Glengarry. I better make a correction. Over the last 2 days, I've called the Red Onion cameraman Matt. It's Peter, so we welcome Peter to the job.
It's his second name.
Matt Peter, and sensational job by Peter to sit here through the rain over the last 2 days. Thank you to Red Onion. Glengarry are premiers. Glengarry are premiers. The cup is going to Glengarry. Open the pub doors because the boys are coming home. Well done to the Glengarry Cricket Club on being the 2020-2021 Workforce Excess TDCA A-grade premiers.
And as we close it, you're right, there's no cup.